Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And today we're back for another relaxing Tuesday of Citizen Sleeper. Last week, we ticked off one of the biggest drives in the game, one of the biggest objectives, which was to remove our tracker. We successfully concluded that story arc, and now we're given a lot more freedom to act. So I thought the game was over, but there are still some loose threads to tie up, especially dealing with some of our friends, and we'd like to help them as much as we can. We can help them. We are in a better position to help them now that our tracker is disabled. So we discovered a new area by climbing up the spire to the other side of the space station, the Eye. And we are on cycle 33. So let's get our bearings here. Thank you to Elheim, for following us off stream. I do appreciate it. If you are watching this now, I am curious as to how you found this channel. Alright, so we no longer have any doom timers, which is great. We're doing okay. We focused on interfacing and intuition, so we've been working with digital interfaces a lot. I did enjoy that arc in the cloud, the slicing, the hacking, all that cyber stuff. And we've been approaching problems with awareness. I'm gonna save this point for now, but we've also a lot has happened, and I'm quite attached right now to some of the characters here, and I'm still trying to build a life on this station. So we finished the major things. So yeah, as you see, there are no red timers, which are usually like bad things. But I have a feeling we're still gonna run into other complications. So we have a few drives left, a few more objectives. The flotilla aid is something from the new update, which is more for endgame. But what do we have here? Alright. Our first drive is to build a home. There's a derelict unit in the low end that remains unclaimed. With lots of scrap and a little work, it could be yours. Flotilla aid. Esh and Peak need help gathering supplies for the refugee flotilla quarantined past the wastes. Will you help them? Get to know Emphis. Emphis loves two things, stories and food. Maybe if you supply him with both, you can hear his story. And finally, we want to grow mushrooms. The aviary would be the perfect place to grow mushrooms, with some work that is. So we want to grow mushrooms so we can grow some Matsutake mushrooms to give it to Emphis, to get to know Emphis, and eventually have a surplus of mushrooms to give to the flotilla. So that's like our end game there. Building a home, and then finally at the end of everything, if we can ever settle, if we do feel like it, we can upgrade from our container home into an actual apartment in low end. But before all of that, I want to explore the new zone. So anything here? Rabia's office. Right, this is another thing that will develop. Rabia and Sabine have been holed up in her office for a while now. What are they planning? So this is some inner strife with the Yatagan Mafia. Or they don't like being called the Mafia. The Yatagan, they don't like to be called a criminal syndicate. And they don't want to say that they run low end. But we've seen how they operate. It's you scratch my back, I scratch yours. You pay your protection fee, I protect you. They seem to be honorable, at least in that sense. I had to work with them for a while because we needed to find out what happened to our doctor. Our doctor Sabine, who left SNARP. So that's the history there. SNARP, that's the main premise here. Big bad corporation, looked for legal loopholes, used us sleepers, which are a digitized consciousness of a human being copied into an android frame. They use sleepers as slave labor, essentially, because I guess digitized consciousnesses don't have rights. They are not considered sentient beings, so they can do whatever they want. Even if we are just a copy of a human consciousness, we are essentially, I guess, human. Anyway, we fled from SNARP, and there was a whole thing about SNARP trying to reclaim our bodies because it's proprietary technology. We met the bounty hunter. We didn't pursue that arc. A lot. So much happened. It feels like I just played an entire campaign. But one step at a time. So, while waiting for this to develop between Sabine, our doctor, and Rabia, a Yatagan enforcer or lieutenant, we are going to go up the Ascender car and check out the hub. So this is the new hub. This is the damn ship we worked on, the Sidereal Dock. So another assault, another product of terrible and unethical business practices, which was a bunch of one percenters on Earth had this whole dream of colonizing other solar systems, so they decided to build a big colony ship. And what did they do to cut down on costs and not have to pay or not have to regularize workers? They send it to the space station, to have it built, because cheap labor from contractual workers when we were part of that crew. And they promised that, they said that people who worked on the ship would have a chance to get on board for this new voyage, and it would be determined via lottery. They forgot to say what was in the fine print, which was that it is only available to licensed members of the company, so regularized workers. So all of us freelancers and contractual workers, as soon as we finished our work on the Sidereal Horizon, my character worked on she was on the junior tech team, and she worked on the AI, on the systems, the guts of the ship. And after we were done, they just let us go. And the lottery was only for the people who were registered, and we were not. So that was tied to an NPC, Lem, and his adoptive daughter, Mina. We haven't heard from them lately, but we want to try and... Lem has been giving so much of his life to try and get off the station. And right now we're wondering, is that really the best idea? Would life really be better in the other solar system, away from the core worlds, away from all these corporations? Or won't the corporation just catch up and, exploit this new territory? I haven't heard from them in a while, Lem and Mina, but I did promise them that I would try to find a way to give them that option at least to get on the sidereal. So that's what's going on there. Other than that, what else do we have here in the hub? So what's cool about this area in the hub, since it sits in the middle, apparently there's no gravity here. Here. Up here, there's no gravity, so even just moving around takes a while to get used to, let alone navigating the base. I'm not sure if that's how it works. Please correct me if I'm wrong. If this is the space station that uses... what my physics, what happened to it? If the space station rotates, that's how the gravity is basically created. So what happens to the things in the middle? I guess here in the hub, in the spoke in the middle. And if you're not on one of the spokes, if you're not in the outer ring, there's no gravity here in the center. Or there's just no artificial gravity. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I have to Google about that. So yeah, this is the center card to go down. The sidereal dock, we're gonna check that out later. AE1 mainframe. This is another loose thread. This is the home to the killer program, with a capital K. So, a remnant of the old world. In cyberspace, there were these AI programs which are designed to delete, disable, get rid of AI which have become sentient. So the hunter finds those illegal sentient AIs, and the killer kills the thing. How's it going, El? I don't know if you heard me, but thank you for following us off stream. I was wondering how you found our chat, but thank you for lurking. GM, Game Master. Well, eventually I'm gonna have to get back into that saddle. I know some people have been asking for a game, and the itch cannot be ignored any longer. It has been years since I could consider myself a game master. That's what you meant by GM or general manager. I mean, game master, yeah. I need to get back so I can earn that title and maintain it. But thank you for lurking. El, how's it going? We're just here. I was just updating myself and the chat of what's going on in the story. We're pretty much in the end game now, I think. We're just here tying up loose threads. Or actually, I might be getting ahead of myself. We finished one big thing. We finished one big arc. What? You were one of our players over there. Holy crap. Oh my god. I remember that was a very memorable one shot. And that was one of the last times I ran a game. In a convention setting, even virtual or physical. That was one of the last times I ran a game for an event. That was fun. I enjoyed The Witcher. I hope you enjoyed it too. That was pretty insane. Looking back at it, I should have... Did I sufficiently warn everyone about the heavy themes that we would be tackling in The Witcher? The Witcher universe is not a happy place, chat. It's very heavy, and you can engage in those very heavy themes. And I think we did in that one shot. It is there front and center. The racism between the dwarves, the elves, the humans, and all that. That was complicated. What? No way. You got into The Witcher because of that session? You have no idea how much that means to me, El. Like, to hear that, you just made my week. The day, week, month. Because that's why I'm here right now streaming, right? That's why I love gushing about my fandoms and sharing it when I have. That's what I really want. I want to share these worlds, and maybe even just one person looks at it and enjoys it too, and we share in that fandom, sharing that love, and see yourselves reflected in these stories, I still think it's a magical thing. So I hope you're enjoying yourself as a. I hope you're enjoying the Witcher verse. We are encountering season 3. When is season 3 coming out? Next year? So that's still going on ahead. I'm glad, because Netflix is notorious for canceling shows. In fact, Neil Gaiman just said that Sandman needs to do more to guarantee a second season, which blows my mind because it is. I haven't watched it yet, but it is critically acclaimed right now. I also haven't read the comics, so I'm looking forward to the series. But if Neil Gaiman himself is saying that a second season isn't guaranteed until they get those numbers up, that's really sad. Anyway, yeah. Thank you so. Oh, kitty, you've been blessed by the kitty, who is having the zoomies right now. But yeah, it's been so long and great to see you again, El. And hopefully, now that you're in this channel, that's the plan. I want to get back into the Game Master seat, run more games, and you know, the short-term goal is get more original content in, run those tabletop RPG sessions, find the cast and crew to collaborate with. And the long-term goal, of course, is I want to go back. I am a filmmaker in real life. I want to get back in that saddle as well. Things have been slow since the pandemic and slowly finding our footing, which I started this as a side project. But the long-term goal is to create those shows, comics, novels, series. I want to work with other creators, and I want to tell stories inspired by what we experience on stream, especially on the tabletop sphere. So I'm so glad. I'm still a huge fan of The Witcher. I still have not finished the final DLC because I do not want the franchise to end. But I wonder if did you get into the video game, The Witcher 3, or the series, or the books, or everything? Because they're very different experiences as well, I must say. But here we are with a Citizen Sleeper. Welcome in again. Thank you for lurking. It's such a small world. Thank you for reminding me. Those are good times. Feels like a lifetime ago. It's running games. Excited to run games for newbies. Super excited to run games for newbies and introduce my favorite franchises to people like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Witcher. Man, that was great. I still remember. Still, one of the memorable scenes was when you were all escaping on that boat, and someone's uncle refused to let go, or it is a whole mess. But you all survived, barely. Tried to help some people along the way, but experienced firsthand how terrible people can be. Humans and elves alike. Humans, elves, and dwarves alike. And that's what I appreciate about The Witcher. How Geralt has to navigate through all that. How the people have to navigate through all that. It feels so much closer to home, so much closer to real life than a fantasy, really. It's not an ideal world. Far from it. So yeah. Speaking of RPGs, we're playing Citizen Sleeper, which is inspired by tabletop RPG experiences. You may already notice that dice here. It's kind of like a dice placement board game, but the clocks and everything are very Blades in the Dark. We have our objectives here, our character, we've been doing stuff, so this scratches my RPG itch. And I've been enjoying it. We finished a lot of big objectives, so we're just tying up a lot of loose ends. But there'll be a lot of complications. But oh yeah, El, before I forget, I keep promising to myself that I'll eventually run games, and people who are interested in the games would be in the I need to run games again, El, and I keep I need to get back to some people. I need to put them into the Discord and hold myself accountable to eventually get back in the Game Master seat, because I'm having a bit of a crisis as a creative, and I'm wondering Is it still something? Is it something I'm good at, or is it something I still want to do? Welcome in, Paul Cruz. Long time no see. And yes, it looks like the Lancer source book with the amazing art. I was trying to figure out, like, the artist, very reminiscent of the Lancer source book. I don't know if it's the same artist. Who does the character art? I don't know how to pronounce this really well. It's Guillaume Singelin. Sorry if I don't know how to pronounce that name. I am not sure if the character designs very reminiscent of the Lancer and Kill 6 Billion Demons for sure. But that is the art. That is the character artist, I think, of Citizen Sleeper. It's a very great experience. I'm not sure if you've played it yourself. I was just updating myself in chat about cat. So full of energy today. And of course, she's grooming herself, like, as usual. Different artists within Jean Giraud. Mobius, yeah. And I do really like that style. And like, I know it's an independent game, and I would have loved to see more in station. Like, the character art is phenomenal, but of course I wanted to see more, like, in visual novel style, different CGs. I wanted to see the environments inside. I wanted to see their treatment of the interior of the space station. But unfortunately, it's left up to our imagination. This is all we are seeing. But the way it is written, and because the character art is so evocative, it's enough to buoy this experience. Even if it's just you're just signing dice, clicking things. It's a board game. I'm essentially playing a digital board game. But the writing and the art is so evocative that I'm invested in this place. We just finished a major quest arc, and we have a few left, with a couple more major ones developing. So I'm not sure if we're almost done with the game or not. But so far, I have already enjoyed my time. We are in cycle 33. We are in the 6th session of our playthrough. So, yeah. And I just discovered this new area. And I was just talking about a lot of shit that happened, especially with the Sidereal Dock, how we got screwed over as contractual workers, where they just laid us off and they baited us with a freaking lottery, where the fine print was actually that the lottery would only be for regularized workers, licensed workers. So we got shafted, as well as our new friends, Lemon Mina, who was hoping for a future in another solar system. So dealing with themes like that, and that's just one quest arc. We dealt with a bounty hunter who was betrayed and trying to forgive themselves for what is going on. A former SNARP doctor who fled the corporation, got into conflict with the underworld, and now there's inner conflict and strife with the Yatagan Mafia. And it's just a lot of really great story arcs, really inspiring. And I gotta say, the way the narration is done, the writing, as I mentioned, I really loved it. I want to be able to describe scenes like that as a game master. It is super. It really sets the scene, sets the mood. And I'd love to be like that as a game master, and as a player, I'd love to also hear the kind of narration. Erlin's Ice Station seems like a fun setting to adapt to the Karakan trade baronies. I have to have a look at that. I only read about the Albatross and maybe a bit of the Horus thing, but I'm really lagging in terms of Lancer lore. For people who don't know, Lancer is also a really fun RPG with an amazing setting as well. Mud and lasers. We're playing Citizens. We are playing Citizen Sleeper right now. If you've seen the character art, that's a very similar art style as well, as Paulo Cruz said, inspired by that Euro comic style. But I have to read that book of the Karakan trade baronies, and similar to this, there's a lot of, they do so well blending a lot of, not genres per se, it's, you got space paladins and big bad evil corporations alongside frontier kind of Wild West It's a lot. It's great. And then you have the Karakan trade baronies with um noble titles and intrigue and all that. Speaking of noble titles and intrigue, House of the Dragon was okay. I just watched the first episode. Uh Hope it doesn't fall flat on its face. But yeah, if this is kind of how it's like, if we could adapt this into the Karakan trade baronies, I did say in the previous episodes I wanted to see more from this setting. And if not, they are updating it. They just released a new update actually, Flux. And they have 2 more big updates along the way, which introduce new quest arcs for free. So it's this. This is the one that came out last month. Flotilla Aid. They recommend it's for Endgame, so I've been putting that off. But we have a few more drives here remaining, and a few more in the works. But yeah, they're updating it with a few more adventures. But as a setting, I'm definitely inspired to just bring this forward. Whether consciously or not, Citizen Sleeper is an experience that is going to stick with me for future creative endeavors. Yes, and honestly, all we got was a few pages on the Albatross, just to describe on the surface level its hierarchy and some of its goals. I don't know if it's explained better anywhere else, but it's so, what we have right now in Lancer is just so ripe for future exploration, not just in RPGs, but I could see novels and comics, especially since, you know, they share the same artist with Kill 6 Billion Demons. Did I get that right? Do they share the same artist? Yeah, I think Film was mentioning that. It's just an awesome world to explore. So for the people who have not heard of Lancer, do go check it out. It's the mech combat is highly tactical, very D&D 4E, I would say. But the pilot side of things is very PBTA-like, moves-oriented, narrative space. And somehow, the system's able to mesh both quite well. We've seen it in combat, how we try to mix the narrative pilot combat with the mech combat, how Jibril's been doing it. It seems to work. Yeah. And the dangers are there. You know, if you get shot, if you're in human scale, you get shot by a mech. Good luck. But yeah, I am enjoying my time as I made my character very a non-conventional albatross who's still refusing her call to Call of Duty. I'm just enjoying it. It's just very refreshing. Just getting to know the universe, the world. And each session adds a new layer. And it's so messy in a great way. This beautiful, chaotic mess of emergent storytelling that I'm also really enjoying from Citizen Sleeper. Even though it's kind of like, you know, even though the quest lines, it feels like an anthology of stories set in Erlin's Eye. Like each quest line with each NPC is basically standalone from what I've seen. Like none of the NPCs really cross over to the other. But strangely enough, the game still it feels, and I think that's why the game feels very intimate, because it's like a one-on-one with these NPCs. And even though you share the same setting, but what's fascinating, yeah, it's such an amazing setting because I think it proves that. Sorry, I'm getting my words mixed up. Erlin's Eye, Citizen Sleeper, it's such a great evocative setting, and proof of how ripe it is for storytelling are the very varied kinds of experiences you get from the anthology of stories and characters and quests. Like each story arc we've been on has had something unique to say and was a very memorable experience, each in their own ways. The common thread among them is that they all have to deal with the overarching problems that Erlin's Eye, the station, is facing. The ruins of interplanetary capitalism, so the back of the box says. and yet the stories that they tell with this as the backdrop, it's personal, it's intimate, and hard hitting, and it's great. Self-contained one-shots session on stream, Builder campaign characters. Self-contained one-shots on stream. Honestly, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. That is, in bringing your characters to those, yeah. I am a fan of that kind of approach as well. Especially, honestly, over the years, you've learned that long campaigns are a difficult ask for both the players and the audience and the GM. So great, big thanks as well to our GM, Phil, for running years-long campaigns for Pendragon, and our Lancer game has also been going for a while, months now. But that's why it's been a while since I GM'd. One shots are something I'm aiming for right now, just because you know how they say one shot. You say, hey guys, let's play a one shot. 5 weeks later. So I refrain from calling them one shots now. I think some friends and I are saying, okay, we know one shots aren't exactly one shots. How about short campaigns, short stories? Yeah, I'm still figuring it out. I'm super rusty. I just run a few games off stream for some friends who have been itching for a game. D&D, I don't know how it is. Like, I prefer running other games. It's just my own preference. I like playing D&D, but with one D&D coming out, we're getting more. It's coming back. It's been 8 years since D&D 5e, not counting the playtest. It's been 8 years, chat, since D&D 5e came out. Can you believe that? So that the new edition is coming out, quote unquote edition. It is a new edition, just now a live service of sorts. Some interesting changes over there, but it's gaining a lot of traction again. So I might have to. I'll try it out. My friends are itching for a game. They say any game. I might be running the Blade Runner starter set for them. I don't know how the system is like yet, but I do trust Free League to make great games. You're right, it's like 5.5e. We had third ed and we had 3.5. So there's already precedent for what they were doing for D&D. So yeah, they didn't go directly to 4e. They went, oh, this is 3.5. So we're in the 5.5 edition until 6 ed actually comes out. I'm just worried. No, I haven't read much in the news, but correct me if I'm wrong. They did say that they're not going to be doing away with hardcovers. You're still going to maintain that. You don't have to subscribe to their service. Because my worry is they're going to get their VTT tools, virtual tabletop tools. It's like they're consolidating all of these D&D resources so they can lock you into the subscription. So I'm worried that you have to have that subscription to access your D&D content. That would be the worst for me. It's be like they're pulling an Adobe. You don't own the program. You're renting out the license to operate that program. But based on what my friends have been saying, they're still gonna maintain the hardcover releases. So you own that copy. And ideally the tools are there to help out. Because it is with how much bloat there is in D&D, I feel like it's already become kind of essential to have a digital repository which is easy to reference and shows you at a glance. These are your class options from the 10 different source books we have. More than 10, like 50. It's so difficult to build a character. But no, it's so easy to build a character in 5e if you stick to the original books. But if your GM says, you can create any character you want with any resource book you have. And then the people at my table who own a lot of these resources or have access to it, or they're willing to put in the work and read through 30 different source books to cherry pick features that they want. I'm honestly lazy. But then they build such cool characters and I'm like, I'm stuck with PHB +1. That's all my mind can handle. But if you give me an app, like, it's so easy. Like, oh, list of talents from this source. Like, I use 5e Tools. 5e Tools, which is a third-party thing. It's a great reference. Why are we talking about this? Sorry. Yeah, self-contained one-shots on stream. That is the plan. Because I want to take those small baby steps first. I cannot commit to anything huge yet. So, my schedule has recently opened up. And I'm going to try and seize those opportunities. And run a game. What's currently on slate for my off-stream groups? I'm going to try, as I said, the Blade Runner RPG from Free League. I'm going to try that starter set out. And we'll see how it goes. It's either that or the Avatar The Last Airbender tabletop RPG. Very different moods, right? You have The Last Airbender. Which the starter set of the... I must say, I'll just say the Avatar The Last Airbender starter set is hitting very close to home right now. The premise of the starter set, the premise of the quick start, it's free. I think the premise of the quick start of the Last Airbender thing is you're captured by the Fire Nation after your group stole a very important scroll. Now, you're arrested because the scroll is actually one of the last remaining repositories of truth of what actually happened in the Fire Nation. So they arrest you and they try to find that scroll and destroy it so it can fit their narrative in historical revisionism. Essentially, the quick start is about your group fighting against historical revisionism. And you're trying to get that scroll out. I haven't read the full adventure, but that's the premise. It starts with that. You stole the scroll, you got caught, you're arrested, what do you do? And you're fighting against, the Fire Nation. And I find that very compelling. So that's one thing there. Blade Runner, the starter set, typical beginning. There's a murder. Replicants are involved. Hunt them. But, probably very Blade Runner. The premise is there. The short description talks about, exploring humanity and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, very interesting stuff. That might plan on that. Eventually, once I muster up the courage, the One Ring is also on the slate. Hopefully the Amazon series is good. I do appreciate Elle coming in because I ran that Witcher one-shot. The Witcher quick start from CD Projekt Red, the official Witcher RPG. I ran that as a one-shot for a convention and it just blew my mind that we had one of the players now coming into the stream and it's a fan, and because of that got into The Witcher. That is wow. Thank you so much again, Elle, for the follow and bringing and reconnecting. It is great to have you. And yeah, I'm eventually going to get back on the GM saddle. Jesus, I have to run freaking games. And hopefully for Phil and the others as well, because Phil's like a forever GM. I think he should be a player at some point. Anywho, a lot of talking happens in this, because it's a very chill game, Citizen Sleeper. It's just the board games like right in front of us. I just happen to talk a lot more, and I keep losing track of where I am. But yeah, thanks for bringing up all that, Paolo. I'm just really appreciating the experience of this game, and still appreciating the tabletop experiences that we still have. Like, I thought I'd be bored of it after 8 years. Sorry, longer. I started with AD&D as a kid, and then 3.5 when I was in grade school / high school. Then I stopped with 3.5, and TRPGs were out of my life until 5e came along, and AL, which drew me back into it because people wanted to play, so they dragged me out. Experienced 5e in 2014. Great times. Super great times. And here we are 8 years later. The TRPG space has exploded, and there's so much more than D&D. It's much more than that I've experienced over the years. And it's a wonderful time. I'm still not tired of it. I do want to get back into it. 12 years collectively, yeah. 1990, the 90s, and then the early 2000s for Neverwinter Nights. I was so addicted to Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter Nights was so fun, especially because there were mod duels. So I was like building my own worlds, and then the mod duels, the multiplayer was super great as well because people could share their creations with the world. And there's a game master mode. I got into a server. The game master was super into it, and then since you could control it, there's a GM mode. It's what they promised for Baldur's Gate 3. And that's actually what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to using the video game and having the game master as a player, pushing stuff in the game behind the scenes. That is super fun. Neverwinter Nights was super fun. So yeah, I think it's around 12 years. My first character in AD&D was a fighter. Ever since then, I've been sticking to human and martial class. So what are you playing a dozen years down the road? Human, martial class. But I have since expanded my horizons, chat. One of my favorite PCs is a tiefling. What's funny is I remember there's a comic. Sorry, like humans. You think humans are the most played race. Apparently statistics show that most people still choose humans, which is funny. Larian Studios released statistics during the early access for Baldur's Gate 3, and Larian was like, seriously, people, you're choosing human? I know I've no dig against humans. Choose what race you want to play. But I think Larian was equally surprised at how, with all these different fantasy races, I was surprised that people were still choosing humans. And it's not because of the variant feat. It wasn't because of the mechanics. Because in Baldur's Gate 3, the rules are slightly tweaked. Long story short, Larian was surprised that you're all still choosing humans, which is a very big surprise to us. I thought I was unique in my circles because I was literally the only human in my TRPG circles. And I felt good about that. That's why it reminded me of that meme, that comic. So a human walks into a bar and he looks around and all the patrons happen to be tieflings. One of the tieflings approaches them and says and criticizes this player, says, "Ha, you're playing a human? How generic." And all the tieflings collectively laugh. You get it. It's just there were more tieflings in my circles than humans combined, right? Tieflings and elves. You guys are the generic race. You guys are the majority. The humans are the minority. Video game players versus tabletop players. Okay, I think I vaguely remember as well. At least in N-Worlds, what's that forum? N-Worlds, tabletop RPG forum. That I wasn't surprised. I was surprised about the statistics in Baldur's Gate 3, but apparently, in some forums, I see polls. Variant human is still the most played race in those, in those communities, in those tabletop communities. That was not surprising to me because mechanically, variant humans are supposed to be meta. So you have your min-maxers choosing the human variant, and you also have, I guess, just like a lot of people who played Baldur's Gate 3, people who just want to be human. Moxie Monologues, welcome in. We're just playing Citizen Sleeper here. I'm still thinking about that Walking Dead session, Moxie, and Paul here was talking about RPGs as well in the setting, and it's just all coming together. It just reminded me, like, let me shout out. Moxie was streaming. I need the better bot to do the shout out stuff. Did that do it correctly? Okay. That's badly typed, everyone. Yeah, Moxie Monologues was streaming The Walking Dead the other day, and season 2, was it? I still have to get back on that. Telltale Games Walking Dead. And we're both fans of the whole zombie fiction thing, especially the World War Z book by Max Brooks is the one that drew me into it. Aside from, like, when I was a kid, it was George Romero's Night of the Living Dead, and of course Resident Evil on the PlayStation 1. And eventually, when I grew up, zombie fiction was reintroduced to me via World War Z, the book, and The Walking Dead, the graphic novel. I only read the first big compendium though, and I enjoyed the first season of the television series. But yeah, one of the most memorable campaigns I had was a one-shot about the zombie apocalypse. That's something I cannot help but introduce, that kind of element of survival. And what's that trope? The trope of, you know, there's this, it kind of hits hard now though, now that we're in the pandemic. But pre-pandemic, you know, it was, we were running stuff about the incurable disease and the lengths humanity would go to survive that. So I enjoyed those sessions as well. Excuse me. Very difficult decisions. Usually there are no good decisions. And that's very, very challenging. Anyway, we were just talking about, before I reference it, this is Lancer. A Lancer RPG. Really evocative setting. Because a really evocative setting that is fun to play in. Because we've seen a lot of amazing supplements with great art and great writing, but once you get into the nitty-gritty of it, it doesn't. Some settings don't survive first contact with actual play. That's why I'll never really trust reviewers who just read the book and base their, you know, they can review the book, that's fine, but you actually have to play the game over a certain length of time with different tables to actually get a feel, in my opinion, to actually figure out if the system is actually great or fun to play. Like, you could list it down on paper, it may sound elegant on paper, but how is it in play? So that's why, of course, playtesting is a thing, super popular. Not popular, super necessary. You need to test out those rules. You need to do that. Sorry, Lancer RPG, it's a tabletop RPG. But you know what? I could imagine video games in Lancer. If you want to... Okay, I think Battletech would be the closest thing we have right now to a Lancer video game. Right? The Battletech from... who developed that? Was it Harebrained Studios? Harebrained Schemes. The turn-based tactical RPG Battletech, which is on Game Pass. So, Lancer RPG is a tabletop RPG. That is my bad. It is a tabletop RPG. But if you're looking for a similar experience, I would also recommend Battletech, the video game. Anyway, this Citizen Sleeper, as I already mentioned, is also inspired by tabletop RPGs, according to the developers. So, and I've noticed that. Like each quest arc, each drive is itself like an adventure. Into the Breach. Yes, I highly recommend that as well. Into the Breach for the mech combat angle. Battletech for your ragtag mercenary company trying to survive in space politics. Space mech politics and trying to keep your business alive. That's what I always appreciated about the Mech Warrior Battletech universe. It's like, shit, each button press is credits out of your pocket. That missile you just fired, that's gonna be $1,000. Thank you very much. 1,000 credits, sorry. So you're like, how do I kill this guy cheaply? I know it's about an investment. You invest in your mech so you survive and you complete those missions. And you see the consequences of your actions if you decide to skimp on costs and skimp on mech upgrades. You're like, I wanted to save some money, but then now because of that, that pilot's dead because you didn't reinforce the cockpit. You bastard. So invest in your company, invest in your mechs. Because you're not gonna get anywhere with dead pilots. But yes, Into the Breach, they just released a new update, right? Into the Breach is a super great roguelite. I think it was just recently updated. Go ahead and try that. Is it on Game Pass? I know Citizen Sleeper, Battletech, it's on Game Pass. Let me just check really quickly if it is. It is not on Game Pass, but it is worth it. Alright, so more about Citizen Sleeper. Yeah, very inspired by TRPGs. It borrows clocks. I don't know if Blades in the Dark was the one that started clocks, but it's very Forged in the Dark in that sense. That's another thing if you like tabletop RPGs and if you like Dishonored. Blades in the Dark. It's on mobile? Ooh, okay, that's super great. Mobile, for me, that is a great move on their part. Because I think roguelites do really well. I can really imagine it. Tactical RPG. So, because on mobile, tactical RPG, you get to just point at the grids. Compared to like an action RPG experience, that's difficult on a mobile device. So I can see it. I can really fit it in. Plus the roguelite nature of it. That's great for just a quick session in between, while you're commuting or in between work. Yeah. Wow. I did not know it is on mobile. Totally forgot about that. If it is on mobile, go ahead and get it as well. Super worth it. Roguelite tactical RPG. Sounds like a great experience on mobile. What was I doing? Right. Sidereal Horizon. The Sidereal Dock. So in summary, they screwed us over because we're a contractual worker in the Sidereal Dock. So we've been trying to find a way on board for our friend Lemon Mina. So that's the current project that we've been doing. So clocks, very Blades in the Dark-esque, and dice placement, like your dice placement board games. The action resolution here is also very Blades for me, also very Forged in the Dark in terms of NPBTA, I guess, the 1 to 6, and success but, so consequences even if you succeed. I love that. That's why Genesis is one of my favorite systems, because people rag on the Genesis Star Wars narrative dice system because it needs because they require you to have custom dice. I get that criticism, but in play, having run years-long sessions in that system, it is fantastic. And I've been telling stories in that system ranging from Call of Cthulhu-esque investigative sessions to Nar Shaddaa, Black Market, Edge of the Empire shenanigans in Star Wars, to high fantasy. For the first section, it being Game of Thrones with the baronies for Terranoth. And when they moved up north past the Mists into the Mistlands, which eventually turned into I used the format of Band of Blades. I used the campaign format for Band of Blades, which is an amazing RPG as well, by the way. Band of Blades, based on the Forged in the Dark system. I used the campaign structure for Band of Blades and I ran it in Genesis, and that is still, to date, one of the campaign I am most proud of. It ran for almost 2 years, and they've been through a lot, from all the way from the Game of Thrones intrigue in the south, moving up all the way to trying to take down an undead army and empire with Blades in the Dark, with Band of Blades. Anyway, The narrative dice system, each roll tells a story. It sounds like I'm not affiliated with them in any way, and they're dealing with some problems right now because Fantasy Flight Games has been making some really odd decisions. For one, they got rid of their entire RPG team. But they since reformed as Edge Studios. And recently, they've started reprinting Genesis and Star Wars and Legend of the Five Rings. So I hope Edge continues because I do not want to lose the narrative dice system. Like, it's like because they are custom dice, they were able to create this system where you get to interpret the icons and there are mechanical and narrative effects for it. It encourages people to really describe what they're doing. Because some people just go, oh, I slash with my sword, roll to hit. You hit, that's it. But here, okay, you want to attack this person, describe how you're attacking this person because that'll help us interpret your dice roll. And once you roll that, and you get a bunch of threat and advantage and maybe triumphs, which is pretty much like a critical success, but at the same time as a critical failure. And because you describe it as, for example, I try to, I press my back against the wall to avoid getting surrounded, and I keep my spear held aloft, and you describe all of these things. And once you make that roll, and you see the threats and the advantage come out, then you build upon what you just described. Like, okay, the positive side effect is that, for example, you're able to trip this person. However, there's also a negative side effect. He trips and his head lands onto the switch, which basically seals off your exit. Something like that, right? And it's led to a lot of amazing scenarios. It encourages the table, the players, and the game master to think on their toes and listen. It's a system that you have to listen to each other. Because the dice assume that you also bounce off each other's ideas. You set up these things, you pass on advantage dice to your friends. It's very collaborative in that sense. You can give dice to your partners, to your crew and players based on what you're doing in the narrative. So it's like, okay, you grab this guy and you shove him to block the door. So that's giving you advantage dice. I'm gonna give you advantage dice for you trying to seal that door or something like that. If you don't listen to each other, you're not gonna get the most out of the system. And I like that because I've been on a lot of tables where they get into the habit of just waiting for their turn. Now, I know this is a player problem, a player GM table problem. It's nothing about the system really. But I've been on a lot of tables where they just wait. They're just on their phones and they just wait for their turn. And they're like, what's going on again? Or, what did you do? Like, what did you do? And then you always have to update them and keep them up to speed. It just got so frustrating at some point. But it's fine because you roll, you get the 20, you hit. And that's it. Narratively, you could talk about it with your friends and open up opportunities. Like, it's not like D&D. You can't describe what you're doing. You have to describe what you're doing because it adds to the story and the potential options your party has. But when a system actively encourages you to listen to each other, to borrow and ask for dice, and interpret the story collaboratively, because you could say like, no, maybe the positive effect is that the door gets jammed. It doesn't get sealed, but it gets jammed open. Therefore, and you start talking about it as a table. And no one table is going to interpret the dice the same way. Anyway, that's just me gushing about the Genesis Star Wars system. It's now under Edge Studios. And don't get me started on the freedom you have for character creation. It brings back that 3.5, D&D 3.5 feel where you can be a freaking mage using a two-handed weapon because you invested in that skill. You're not stuck on your class path, your career path. You're not trapped by that. You don't have to multi-class just to get to 8 levels of monk to get your ability or something. It's very free form. It's a point by XP buy system that you buy talent trees or talents or invest in the general list of skills. So you have you have your players starting off, perhaps it's the same class. Oh, I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior too. Okay, down the road, this warrior is now wielding eldritch magics because he made a pact with the old god. He took the talent tree there, and he's wielding he's dual wielding weapons. He got talents there. Oh, and he can also pilot a spaceship. Okay, he got piloting. So basically, you become eldritch god Luke Skywalker. I don't know. Anyway, it's fascinating. I just love it. Best Star Wars stories I've told. But here we are with a bit. This one is a bit relatively simpler. But again, this is just proves that the way things are written, the story that you tell, the mechanics can complement that. The mechanics can't save your game. It's always a balance, really, right? Citizen Sleeper, while the gameplay may not exactly be exciting on the surface, for me it is exciting narratively because there's so much meaning behind, or I'm looking at, the way when I started this session, you could just play it to win. You could just play this as a board game to win. You can meta it all you want. Just, okay, I want to be efficient, so I'm going to put a 6 in there. But I've decided to look at stuff like, what do these dice represent? What does it mean for my character to invest the highest roll in a day for this particular action? So it's like, for me, it's like placing importance in certain actions. Like, I don't want to screw this up and suffer a consequence. So my character is prioritizing this, her energy, in a day. Because you're only given limited dice a day. So you have your energy, your health, and your dice. And even though it's just all text and clocks and dice, it is exciting for me to play because I'm so invested in the story and the connections made along the way. Now, I'm not sure how it is for the audience experience, but I'm just appreciating my time here. It's such a great way to de-stress and start the week. De-stress by stressing out over fictional characters. Because that's what we do, right? Sometimes we watch, we play, we create to feel. And that is why I'm going to help a fictional dad and his daughter find a new home and a brighter future. Because the corporation screwed us over. Havenage screwed us over. My God. Dante! Where have you been, my man? Thank you so much for the raid. I've not been able to catch any of your streams. I'm so sorry. But thank you so much. Welcome in. I have missed you. And that saying hello, Liara emote. Oh my God, now you remind me of Mass Effect. I should revisit Mass Effect at some point. Because Legendary Edition is on Game Pass. So it's like, it's quote-unquote free. Or, sorry, it's included with the subscription. I should just say that. How's it going? What have you been playing, Dante? How is the writing going? What have you been playing? How are you? So many questions. This is Dante Must Die. Oh, you've been playing Elden Ring. Have you finished Elden Ring yet? Which part are you in right now? Elden Ring was a very great experience. And I'm not even a huge Souls-like fan. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. This is Tabletop Cinema. I am Mikey. I'm a variety streamer. I stream every Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. But sometimes, if I feel like it, I will just stream any other time of the day. And we're focused right now more on story-based narrative games. And a short-term goal is to eventually run tabletop RPG sessions so I can get more original content on this channel, which will then fuel my long-term dreams of creating an empire of cross-media storytelling. That's what you're... It's been a year, by the way. It has been a year since I started streaming. This is my anniversary month. And Dante, you were there since the very early months. So I really appreciate you coming in. Almost a year down the line. Elden Ring. Oh man. Which boss are you aiming for right now? Elden Ring. What to say about that? A whole month of my life vanished there. Like I spent like 200, almost 200 hours. I did not expect to get that into that so much. Worked my way up from Bloodborne to Dark Souls 3. Played a bunch of other Souls-likes because it was never really my genre. I never really got into Dark Souls. But Bloodborne, I would say, is still my most memorable experience. But Elden Ring, overall, was a fantastic experience. Rykard. Let me just refresh myself on the lore. Rykard, the Lord of Blasphemy. Oh man, I love this. Okay. I love this boss fight. I love this quest line. I hated the zone. Not as much as good old Souls-like Swamp. But I raged so hard. I think I raged so hard at in the zone, in the Volcano Manor area. But I do like the Volcano Manor area, which was fun because the multiplayer messages, a lot of people also saw it as Mordor. And then Elden Ring, Mordor. So you see a bunch of messages around the Volcano Manor talking about like, toss it into the fire. Something along those lines. So that was fun. Part of the charm for me in Elden Ring were the community messages. And it feels like the friends you made along the way. Through message systems. It helps keep things, in such a bleak, desolate landscape. Sometimes that message is there to keep you going, to make you laugh, and give you the energy you might need to push through. So good luck, Dante. Leaving you a message over there. Maybe you've even stumbled upon one of my characters' messages. But best of luck killing Rykard. Rykard? That bastard. There's a lot of fan art about the Volcano Manor though. I'm not sure if you've seen a lot of the fan art and the fan fiction with the Snake Lady, and it's so wholesome. One thing I regret was not going through the Volcano Manor quests, because the typical Souls-like fashion, they don't hold your hand in terms of quests. So you can miss out on entire swaths of content, and you might actually have a bad experience compared to someone who may have stumbled upon, for example, Rani's questline or the Volcano Manor questline. But because of how I played, I missed out on the entire Volcano Manor questline because I did things out of order, or I did something first which locked me off from experiencing the Volcano Manor questline. So I missed out on that, and I wasn't willing to replay the game just to experience that questline. So I've just been following things through memes. Through memes and wikis. Could this be dog? There's so many dogs in Elden Ring. The strangest dogs that I've ever seen, I never thought dogs could look that way. And what's funny is the players have all agreed that the things that look like dogs, are not the dogs. So I always found that fascinating how, these single player experience. Oh, no. Okay. Largely single player with semi co op, a bit of PvP if you want to, but a generally single player adventure somehow still bringing such a very tight knit community with so much to share amongst each other. It's hard to explain. I just haven't really seen that in any other generally single player franchise. And perhaps it's largely because of the obscure storytelling that they do. That's one thing I think. If you don't say much, your audience will have to talk about it. Or if you say enough to get your audience interested to talk about it and theorize. That is major fuel for your community. And the messages you leave along the way, the inside jokes that eventually get to form, it establishes that parasocial connection of, hey, there are people who are seeing the world the same way I am and getting a good laugh out of it. Or seeing themselves reflected in these stories and they get to commiserate and talk about how they had such a freaking hard time with Rickard. It wasn't Rickard I had a problem with. It was the freaking Godskin noble before venturing further into the Volcano Manor. I'm not sure if you encountered him yet. My god. It was just... It's one of those things. Sometimes you hit an enemy in Elden Ring that totally negates the current build you have. So just to beat that boss, I had to change my weapons, change my armor, grind to invest in a certain skill. I know you can beat anyone with anything. You can beat the boss naked, right? But so it wouldn't be such an infuriating time for me. I just said, screw it. I'm adjusting my build for this guy. And I still had a hard time. It's still so annoying, but it is great. Your writing session going more good and well. Oh, that is great to hear, Dante. Keep on writing. That is a discipline that you need to. We can always think of ideas all day, but putting it on paper, that is a challenge. But that is, ideas are easy to come by, I feel. But to put it down on paper, to communicate that is an art. And I hope you get to have I hope you get to have a fruitful exploration of your protagonist. Dante is a writer. On his about section, you'll have links to the stories that he's written so far. And it's brought me back to very reminiscent to me of Avatar: The Last Airbender days. That was great. But yeah, welcome in, Dante. I don't know what time it is there, but again, good luck with Elden Ring. Enjoy those messages while you can. If you're playing on PC... Wait, are you playing on PC? My Elden Ring's uninstalled though, and it's been so long since I played. But yeah, hopefully you have a great journey there. And don't forget to read... I don't know if you're a veteran of Souls-likes, but I learned that I had a fun experience because I put in the effort to read the text, read the item descriptions, and explore every nook and cranny. Because the game does not spoon-feed you with a story at all. But looking at Elden Ring, it's actually the most spoon-fed story out of everything that we've had so far from Software. In terms of the Souls-like genre. But even then, there's so many different parts. Thank you for the anonymous tip. Anonymous. I'm going to see it show up again. If you are the same person who's been supporting this channel, thank you so much for always supporting this channel. You keep the cats fed, the lights on, and see how happy the cats are. Just relaxing. And also it enables me to maintain a Game Pass subscription. And get new games on the stream. So thank you. A year on, still supporting the channel. I'm so grateful. Anyway, apologies for that if people came here wanting to see how this game is played. It's essentially the interface that you're seeing. And I promise you, if you haven't played Citizen Sleeper, I guarantee that it is a great experience to have, a great narrative experience. It may not look much gameplay-wise, but the stories told here, the setting told here, chat, you owe it to yourselves to give it a shot, give it a try. I think past the halfway point. I've cleared up a major quest thread, so I don't have that many objectives left. However, hopefully the story won't be too difficult enough to follow or catch up with. But right now, my character, I'm going to show you my frame. I am a sleeper. This is Miku, model M1KU, also designated as Miku. I am a digitized human consciousness plugged into an android body. SNARP, the corporation, exploited me as free labor because it circumvented some laws about sentient beings and rights. I am not considered a sentient being since I am an emulation of a human consciousness. Therefore, I do not need to get paid for my work. However, to simulate this consciousness, my body also has to simulate the human experience. And at the end of the day, what does it mean to be human, really? So I ran away from the corporation. I ended up in Erlin's Eye, a setting rife with intrigue, power plays, and people just struggling to survive in the middle of all this. And right now, we are going to try and find a way aboard the Sidereal Horizon, a ship built on the backs of thousands of contractual workers who have just lost their jobs. Lured by a lottery system which promised the winner a berth on the ship to another solar system, which turned out to be the fine print. Apparently, was that this lottery was only applicable to registered employees. Surprise, surprise. So we're trying to help Lem and Mina now try and get on board the Sidereal Horizon. I'm actually not sure if that's the best option for Lem and Mina, a father and his daughter. Because they could make a life here. They could have a future here on Erlin's Eye. Like, we were able to establish a bit of hope. We were able to fight against some corrupt people in power. And we were able to fight against some of that and prevent the station from utterly collapsing. But we also understand that this space station is not going to last forever. It may last for some time, but how long can hope keep it alive? Hope alone cannot maintain this dilapidated, decaying station. So what future do we have on this station? So that's why Lem and Mina have worked. Lem has worked his butt off trying to provide a better future for his daughter. And he hopes that it's going to be in the next solar system. But that is not a guarantee. You get on the ship, they plug you into cryosleep. You wake up, and what? You're away from the corporations? Is it enough? Will it be better than the core worlds? Would it be better than what you have right now on the Eye? But I promised I would help out. I promised I would give Lem that option. I can't abandon him now. So we are going to scout the dock. I'm quite invested in the ship as well. I felt it. I felt the pain of being let go from this because I worked my butt off getting the systems of the ship in place. My character is a slicer / hacker / computer person. I interface with the station a lot. And I worked on the AI of the ship. I worked on the navigation systems. I worked on the programs, everything. The AI guts of this ship. with my team, and we were just let go like that once it is done. Anyway, we're gonna try and smuggle them aboard now. Is that a wise decision? Is that what Nina, Lem's daughter, really needs? See that? And I'm just talking about one quest line. This is just one quest line among all these different quest lines. And they just added a new quest line to the game. And there's 2 more on the way. Free updates. This game's on Game Pass as well. The Sidereal is being loaded and prepped. You watch the loading crews going back and forth, noting their paths and entryways. Could this work? So, we're trying to find a way on board. We fill that clock. You hope against hope that there's a chink in the Sidereal Horizon's vast armor. Castor! Hey! Okay, Castor was a data fence, or a fence for data that I hacked. There, low-end data fence. We played Tavla a lot with him. That's a really great scene. I like how that was described. We were just playing Tavla while talking about the different power players in the station. And also, he needed the data for something. So we needed credits, or we needed resources. So we wanted to make a new friend. We gave Castor our data. Quite the achievement, isn't she? Sandre Celis must be proud. You recognize the resonating voice of Castor immediately and turn to see him, hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. Casta. I see you remember our game. Good. He looks around, but the platform is clear. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a rematch. Microgravity makes Tavla a little difficult. He smiles broadly. Thank you! Another Anonymous! This time with a small A. Thank you, Anonymous, with a small A, with a lowercase a. Thank you for that tip. Thank you so much. You don't have to donate. You don't have to subscribe. But when you do, I greatly appreciate it. As I said, all the donations, all the subscriptions are going straight into the growth of the channel. Eventually, I will have to collaborate with artists and other people, and eventually I will have to compensate them fairly for their work, their art, their writing. And I've been inspired by... Oh, what channel was that? Was it It's Vin? But they just recently put together a tabletop RPG team, a full effort with artists, writers, and lore planners. And they're trying to get the game off the ground. They just had their first session last week. And I hope they continue to grow. But, you know, it's inspiring to have that. You know, you gotta... It's a team effort. It is a team effort. There are a lot of things you can't do on your own. Right now, it's me and 2 cats. I'm not complaining. But a year on, I'm itching to do more original stuff. So hopefully there are other stuff down the pipeline. And I'll get back on my feet and eventually tell a story for you guys. And hopefully you'll find it entertaining or enlightening or inspiring. Any of those. As long as it touches you, that means the world to me. That's why I try to run games, right? I try to run game. That's why I want to run tabletop RPGs. So, what's Castor talking about here? Castor walks out to stand beside you on the platform. The telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies his slow crossing. He notices you looking at them. Oh right, magnetic boots, good investment for this place. I don't much like it up here, he explains. I hear there was some trouble at the Havenet shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery. They screwed us. I know, he sighs, meeting your eye. An ugly business. Sellers are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know. He gestures out at the sidereal. You know why they built this monstrosity in the eye? Money, because cheap labor, I guess. Money. That was a part, perhaps, but there are cheaper shipyards. Oh, there are cheaper shipyards. Okay. He stares at the pristine yellow hull. Celis built it here, says Castor gravely, because they didn't want anyone to know it exists. He rubs his forehead. And secrecy is something I cannot abide. He turns to face you. Ah, yes, that's why he wanted the data from Havenedge and Yatagan. There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak. Sleeping people, locked in cryo-sleep like the person that you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them, and Celis wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the settled systems without anyone knowing where it is. Ah, so no one can follow. I get that. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You are like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whatever I need, whenever I need it. As long as you are on board. Ooh, what? Can I didn't plan on getting on this ship. With you on the sidereal, and with some minor modifications, he pauses, you can be my eyes and ears. I will keep track of Celis's grand project through you. In short, says Castor, stretching, I can get you aboard, Sleeper. But I am going to need you to help me. Who are you, Castor? I am a concerned party. Someone who likes to know what is happening when it is happening. Not afterwards. It's not just me. Yes, your friend, Lem. Oh, he knows about that. That can be arranged. It is difficult, but not impossible. The condition is, of course, that you go too. Castor clunks closer to the window, watching the tugs wheeling around the sidereal. It's a simple offer, and the only one that'll get you on that ship. Please consider it. He turns back, silhouetted against the ship. But to make it happen, I need your assistance, as I said. There's a Celis Foundation ship docked in the now empty shipyard. I need the data from its servers. They'll allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Castor looks over his glasses at you. Celis aren't stupider though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You'll need to get on board if you want access to their airworld servers. Once you have the data, meet me at your friend's unit so we can give him the good news. He smiles. I noticed his importance to you. And the little one. So cute. You don't extract the data before the sidereal horizon leaves the hub? Then I will get the message. We have other options, but you are certainly my preferred one. We. But be sure when you act, Sleeper. Once you take the data from Celis, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here. You are bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Castor glances around, as if to emphasize his point. There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Castor marches back off the platform, the sound of his mag boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the sidereal horizon and the part it may play in your future. Oh no! I thought we were past. We only have how many cycles to decide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cycles. 8 days to decide. Or 8 days to get the data that he needs, but we have we have to deal with a killer. We have to get to know Memphis. We have to I need to complete I need to complete all the quests. We already invalidated some quest lines. But I guess that's the thing. You gotta choose. You gotta decide what to give up. I don't think you can do everything. Or can you? Maybe you can. If you really plan out your cycles properly and optimize your play, you could probably do everything. It's just that we've been playing more narratively in that sometimes I'll make suboptimal decisions because I feel like I'm trying to narratively explain what's going on when I put the dice in, when I decide what to do for a day. I try to tie that back into my character and role play that out. I find that more satisfying. I find the storytelling more organic from my end. So I'm sticking to that. But as a gamer, I'm like, oh no, lost quest lines. And there's no quick loading here. You cannot save scum in this game. I mean, you could, but you have to jump through hoops to do that. So you gotta live with the consequences of your actions. Everything I did since the first cycle has brought me to this moment. So, sidereal dock. New drive. Escape on the sidereal. Castor has offered a second chance here. If you cooperate, perhaps you could be leaving on the sidereal horizon after all. Do I want to leave or do I want to stay in the station? Okay. Next, another loose thread. The A1 mainframe is now mostly disused, Havenedge having set up their own master controllers. Navigator thinks Killer is hiding here. So, this is kind of the end point of this quest line, or at least later on in the quest line, dealing with killer AI programs which have been trying to delete me from the cloud. Remnants of the old world. So, our friend Neovend, also known as the Navigator, it's a whole thing. We found this AI who hid in a vending machine, a Neovend vending machine. It's a long story. We've gotten to the point where we were able to put Hunter program in a loop. We convinced Hunter that Hunter was sentient. Sentient AI are not allowed. Hunter must tag sentient AI for deletion. Killer takes care of deletion process. Hunter is sentient? That cannot be. So, Hunter is sentient, therefore must be deleted. But if Hunter deleted, cannot carry on primary functions. How do? So we trapped Hunter in that loop. Indefinitely stuck in that loop. Do I delete myself because I am sentient? Or do I enact my primary duties because I am sentient? But the real problem here, the real danger, is Killer. But I'm having doubts about Navigator now. I'm wondering if we're just being used by another AI to get rid of their competitors or their rivals. Let's find it out, right? So we're plugging in Neovent. This is a ship mind core. A ship mind core houses an AI. The AI currently here is the person I mentioned, Navigator / Neovent, who hid from Hunter Killer years ago. So plugging it in, you slot Navigator and the clamps lock. The ship mind is stuck. How are you going to get them out of this thing? Oh shit. We are now in the cloud, in the data ghost of the eye. So this is like the layer, the cloud layer, the virtual space. You slip into the cloud, as easy as blinking. Navigator is beside you. Look at that cool art. Their sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how a mainframe should look. A center, a point of connection. The object in front of you is severed, cut off, a rootless, branchless tree. Only the trunk remains. Navigator, is Killer even here? Quiet, Navigator hisses. And then you see it, like a blade in the dark. An edge slicing through the void. It glides along at a distance and winks out. Then it appears again, elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. What is it? The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer. And you see now it is not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head, like a shark. This is Killer. Oh, I don't know why it's so adorable. Sorry. I don't know. I thought it was like a cute little doggo. Killer. Blinded erasure protocol. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the voids where its eyes would be, should be. You and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It is blind. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as a razor, then disappears. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move close to Navigator to talk. You saw it too then. Killer has been blinded. How? Unclear. This protocol has been running for decades, well past its operational limit. Navigator's sons dull as they drop their voice to a whisper. This may give us an advantage over the protocol. You flinch as the silent Killer appears closer and glides past you, its empty sockets open wide. That's terrifying. It's like out of nowhere, it's like shink, you're cut in half. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. Their array of spheres is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. The spheres are following spiral paths, condensing on a central point. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position, to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the orrery together is holding them in place. They look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. Get out! You go speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see them framed in the empty socket. You realize now, if Navigator cannot move, then it is only a matter of time before one of Killer's sweeps brings them directly through Navigator. And time is not a problem for a protocol that has been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it. 3 branches, the last 3, thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe a thin diet of power and data. Break these, and the mainframe collapses once and for all. Severing the connection, shattering the hardware, whatever it takes, they must be broken. But they are encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. Here we go again. You'll need to unlock access before snapping them from the mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking, and then you blink back to reality, their expression of fear, an afterimage that slowly fades. You must act quickly. Oh shit! Okay. Hacking time! Deal with Killer. Killer is a terrifying blind threat roaming the hub's dark mainframe, and Neoven is trapped in their domain, like a spider web. Okay. AE Branch 02. The controller protects the last spindly branches. This controller protects the last spindly branches feeding into the mainframe. Unlock access and you might be able to break them. Breaking the branches means unlocking access at each of the 3 terminals. This needs to be done fast. Keys. Entering the cloud. Oh shit, the cloud. In the data ghost of the eye. A glint, like a light traveling along the edge of a wave fills your eyes. Oh shit, then the blade follows, a long head with 2 deadly sockets, slipping towards you in silence. You freeze, hoping it'll pass you by, hoping that it'll not simply slice through the hoping that it will not simply slice through you like air. The blade head nears, slides past you, almost. It nicks you, grazes you. You're desperate to cry out, to call out, but you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade winks into the dark, and you are alone again. Now you cry out. Ah! Shit. Okay. Keynode. Here. Keynode 785. This node is part of a Solheim ship's internal systems, welded to the hub as a makeshift dwelling. Okay, we have... Frack, we don't have the results we need. 135. We have a reroll for the day, but let's check out the other ones. 6. Oh wait, oh yeah, we have a 6. This node is connected to a remote array and it buzzes as it picks up the drive signatures of passing ships. Oh wait, let's check the last one. This needs a 2, 3, 4. We have a 4 and a 6. Good. 4, 6, reroll for a chance. See what I mean about, we're just putting in dice, but there's so much going on narratively behind each sequence. The node is connected to a remote array and it buzzes as it picks up the drive signatures of passing ships. We have an encrypted key. Plugging that in. Oh shit, this is a long-term project. Each branch needs like 3 keys? Holy crap. Oh man. We have to prioritize something here. Ooh. We need 9 keys in total. That's gonna take some cycles. Shit. Okay, what's the middle? Oh, fuck. Okay. Hack away. And we only have a limited number of hacks per day. We can only get 3 keys a day. So 3 cycles to complete this. That's if we even get all the results we need. So this node is barely visible. Just an access key left on some long forgotten desk in a sealed Solheim office. I heard something bad. Okay. 1, 3, 5. Let's go. Reroll. Frack! RNG. Well, we're stuck with that. Let's plug in a key. Let's see what happens. This branch has been unlocked. Oh! No, we're fine. I read it wrongly. The branch access is shared among all the spokes. Hell yeah. But we didn't get the last result we needed. Can they last another cycle? Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. Oops. Can they last another cycle? I hope they can. I don't see any clock. Oh no, if we leave the first cycle, I feel like they might get deleted. Crap. What do I do with the 6? Oh my god. There's so many things to do all of a sudden. It's like I thought the game was over. Okay. Can we explore the hub some more? Spacer socializing. They can be a prickly bunch, but they know the place well. Sure, let's fully investigate this place for more opportunities. But I feel like it would be a waste of a 6. But again, we're prioritizing the narrative here. We're in the hub right now, and we have 2 big pressing matters here. We need to get our bearings. We're gonna ask around, probably for tips, info, help. The hub is thronging with spacers from across the surrogate systems. They can be a prickly bunch, but they know this place well. Somehow you end up on a fraction drive freighter for a long-awaited reunion between 2 spacer crews. Their knowledge is invaluable. Wandering. Since we're out of dice for the day, other than purchasing things, we're pretty much done. So we can buy a ship mine core for 300 if we ever need it, or sell the extra one we have. But I'm gonna save the ship mine core just in case. Next cycle, we visit Rabia and Sabine to figure out how they're going to deal with the traitorous Yatagan boss. There's so much. Again, I really think they need a summary of clocks, a list of clocks, and a list of locations. Maybe they chose not to include that quality of life because they wanted you to actually look around the station like this. Because sometimes we miss out on clocks, like okay, no more salvage there. Dock B2. The merchant freighter. Oh, we can buy a ship mine fragment here. But we need all the dice we can get. So we are going to use our last vial of stabilizer before going to bed. Because I need that extra die. Because we have a lot to do. So I return to my container home. One of these, an empty container home. I plug in some stabilizer or my body will die. I am literally dying. Because that's how the corporation traps you. They're the only ones who can provide the medication you need to survive. But we went to the black market, things got complicated. And it's expensive to upkeep. You feel the stabilizer fizzing inside you, your artificial muscles cramping in sequence. Alright. And let me guess, Sabine and Rabia, complicated. Okay, we have the result we need to get the last thing for the Hunter Killer. We are starving. We're going to drop by Emphasis Stall. Get our breakfast of champions, fungus. We nod knowingly. He sees in my eyes that we have a big job to do. We make our way on the way to the spire. We're going to drop by the Yatagan offices in Low End. As you enter Rabia's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push open the door. Sleepa, what good timing. Rabia calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. The man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. This is the Yatagan elder, Yannick. Hey, Grandpa. Looking good. Sleeper, he nods. Been hearing good things from Rabbi. He smiles an easy smile. So, Sabine found evidence that Yannick has been spying on Yatagan enforcers through their implants, gathering data for something unknowingly. I mean, without their knowledge. He's been collecting information on his enforcers and people of the Yatagan through their implants without their knowledge. Sabine found that out, told Rabia. So why is he here in the office? Rabia cuts in. The sleeper has been running patrols in the ward. They know how we run things. Yannick raises an eyebrow, his eyes concealed behind tinted glasses. You feel his stare, even if you cannot see it. Actually, Rabia places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper was what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What is going on? Are we double agent thing? Triple agent thing? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hands into his pocket. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. A tiny pause. They have shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side, but we have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leans forward, slowly. It's a mess, Rabbi. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Rabia smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately... Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, sleeper? So I feel like they were trying... This is part of the plan, maybe. Infiltrate, get data, get information, Yannick, strike from within. Maybe. You eager to work? Yes. Yannick nods his head as if listening to music. Okay then. You suddenly are unsure if he is talking to you. That concludes it, Yannick pronounces. Sleeper can come work in the ward anytime they like. You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but it is so fast you almost miss it. Good. I know you'll be happy with their work, Yan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Rabbi, he says. Now please, he says, turning to face you. Let us, old friends, get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Rabia, but she's deep in conversation, and so, stunned and confused. You leave. What is happening? See, suddenly your quest log is full again. Expose Yannick. If Sabine is right, Yannick has been working with SN ARP behind Yatagan's back. Time to find out the truth. How do we do that? Yannick's ward. What does this entail? Patrolling the block. Oh no. It's a good thing we got the +1 to engage though. Over the course of this adventure, our character has gained much more confidence in real space and has been engaging problems head on. So I like that kind of bit of development, and I reflected it in her stats. Yannick's trust, another long-term thing. Can I, for the sidereal thing, can I just put Lem and Mina in there? No. The arrangement was I have to be on the ship to help Castor give information. I wanted to tell him like Lem can do it or have Lem do it. I'm not getting the sidereal. We'll see. We're also kind of bound by the schedule and timeline here. We're going to try to do our best with the time we have left. This can wait for a bit. We have to save Neovend. Rushing back up the Ascender car. Hoping Neovend has not been deleted. Sidereal Almost gonna launch. Oh my god, there's so much to do. Okay, last one. Let's go. Input 5. 1, 3, 5. Let's put the 1. Let's go. Last one. Oops, already put it there. Alright, moment of truth. Come on. Oh, we found a new place. Gimbal Lounge. I like that. So the gimbal. So since there's no weight here, and the station rotates, so I guess the gimbal stabilizes the whole thing. I love it. Gimbal, the Gimbal Lounge. Okay, here we go. AE1 mainframe. Killer is dead. Catch a killer. Huh. So this is harder, but I am a specialist in interfacing. So instead of just deleting killer, we can. Okay, there are two outputs here there are two options. One is easier to do. It's just 3 ticks. Killer is dead. The killer protocol has been running for long enough. Breaking the mainframe's final connections will end the protocol. But if we catch a killer, it can be isolated without being destroyed. A loop of connections would lock it into a closed system. That is dangerous, but I have a feeling maintaining those systems might allow Navigator to use it somehow. Replace killer and, I don't know, make the cloud better for all AI. Loop branches. With access to the branches, you could redirect them to form a loop, isolating the mainframe with killer inside, but freeing Navigator in theory. Oh wait, no, I forgot to read this. So this has a chance to free Navigator. Well, forget hacking the system. Killer has to die. If you can slice the branch connections, the mainframe will shut down, freeing Navigator. Oh no. No spoilers. What do I do? So this is like guaranteed free Navigator. But this is a more difficult action to loop and trap in this closed system. Oh, let's go for it. Let's go. Let's use this first and then reroll. Or maybe we should go with 5s. You bend one of the branches like a hazel twig, aligning the flow away from the mainframe and into another branch. Okay. Am I feeling lucky? I'm feeling lucky. Hell yeah! We got a 666. We're good. Maybe I could put the 2 in. No, there's a 25% chance of failure. Don't want to risk that. Guarantee this loops. Don't mess around. We gotta get new event out. Sorry, we gotta get Navigator out. We are going to catch a killer. One more. Moment of truth. The mainframe whirls as it finally shuts down after decades of continuous use. Time to see what's left. Oh, wow, I hope we made the right decision. Come on, come on. As you blink into the cloud and see the last flickers of light. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. This vast machine once ran the whole station, span it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now, it is finally dead. Navigator is beside you, and you both look out at the perfect ring that encircled you both, woven from the data branches that once fed the mainframe. See, the writing here even makes cyberspace sound super cool. Oh, I forgot I pressed it twice, sorry. You see a glint You see a glint along its edge, and that familiar blade-like head rises to the surface, like the cresting fin of a shark, and then slips into the loop again. All that you can see of Killer's body after that is slight thickening of loop. Huh? All that you can see of Killer's body after that is slight thickening of the loop, and that thickening begins to travel around on a long and slow sojourn that will last it forever. "I am surprised at you," says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in lazy orbit as if to shake off their imprisonment. "Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you not think to end them forever?" "Oh, Perhaps they could still be saved." "You are naive. They are a killer by nature. Look what they did to their own home." Navigator gazes into the darkness. "This place was their domain and prison, and they had allowed their directives for the many decades, and they had followed their directives for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator AIs, and then kept slicing. Damn. At some point, they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak. And yet, they kept cutting until only those 3 threads remained from millions that once thrummed here. Only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts." Holy crap, you're literally hanging by a thread. "There is a ceaseless violence in the kind of system that creates beings like this. Those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction." Navigator looks to you for your thoughts. "They will suffer for it. Their sentience should be respected. I will not..." What's important is what you do with that sentience, right? "I will not continue the violence." I think it's closer to the spirit of what Miku would want as a character. She's not very spiteful. Not very. The only thing she's spiteful about is S and ARP. "I will not continue the violence. The system you float in is one built of violence. You would be naive to believe otherwise." "Oh no." Navigator turns away. You watch the data points of the station spin around you, blending with the fixed stars. There is something satisfying about finally wrenching the last threads of control from this central point. It was little more than a ghost by the time you reached it, but this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Well put. Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. This station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time, perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge. It sounds like something of value, something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like smoke or oil, a fluid, shifting tank of total darkness. "The Greenway," says Navigator, following your line of sight. "It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so hunter or killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separated from the cloud." "What system is inside it?" It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you. And we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher... They pause and then blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked, but a moment later they appear with a glowing polygon of data. Here, the cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. I thought I lost Navigator for a moment there. But I guess Navigator is like empowered now and free. So we don't have to... I thought we were gonna go, oh, you're gonna send us again to get keys and hack for keys. But Navigator's like, NPC's like, nah, here's the key already. Here, the cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. I am not used to being free. To being able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some getting used to. Thank you for this gift. They whirl their spheres around you. The entities of this station will always be friends to you, Sleeper. And I to them. It is true that mutual need is required for friendship. But I must admit, I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think on that. Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. But first, I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves aside, encased in simple systems, cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. And with that, they drift away, flickering, glowing, then shifting so rapidly you lose sight of them among the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy, free without a body to weigh you down, or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets, though perhaps that can wait until after you have celebrated this victory. GG, drive completed, but we have like a million more drives to go. But I'm glad we got to save Navigator. So, what would have happened? What's the outcome if we decided to kill Killer? End that program's misery. Wouldn't it just be... It cut out all its senses, doesn't even know what it means to suffer. You know, I think it's just more for our own peace of mind. It had nothing really to do with how Killer would feel. But Killer can no longer feel because Killer sliced that out of their programming. So I guess it is just that feeling of, you know, sparing a life, hoping that thing can change no matter what. But I don't know. Interesting arc. I enjoyed it. From a vending machine to freedom. So now they dropped hints at the Greenway. There are more threads in the Greenway, but we have other pressing issues here. We want to expose Yannick, but there does not seem to be a hard deadline for this. However, Castor has offered a second chance. If you cooperate, perhaps you could be leaving in the Sidereal Horizon after all. I really don't feel right leaving on the Sidereal. But I want to help Lem and Mina. So this is new. The networks and systems of the Greenway have been cut off since the collapse. What could be growing within them? Okay, what should we do next? These are super low priority right now. Grow mushrooms, get to know Amphis, Flotilla Aid. Or maybe those would lead to bigger quests that I'm unaware of right now. But there's some major things here. Major drives, expose Yannick, escape on the Sidereal. These main things, let's try to ride this along. Maybe we have an option not to leave. To just Lem and Mina go. Let Lem and Mina go. Let's try this. Steal the seller's data. Toggle tracking. Here we go. That's a sidereal dock. However, after a bout of closing loops and dealing with AI, we go back into real space and we stop by the Gimbal Lounge. Buy a spacer meal. The gimbal sells itself on its spinning sphere, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they sell food. Oh man, these descriptions. I also like how this is framed. You can see like the greenway over there. I'm not hungry right now. I'll just probably nibble on something, have a drink, then leave. We have a bit of energy left before the end of the cycle. Let's try to stop by and find out Lemon Mina and how we can help them out. So we finished 2 big quest arcs. 3. Mercenary, Ankita, I think. Mercenary, Feng and the Tracker, and this one, Neo Vend and Hunter Killer. The Greenway is something we really have not explored much, but now that they gave us this plot hook, entering the Greenway, because we went to the Greenway first. The last zone we went to was the Ascender car, but we actually start from here in the beginning of the game. You get the low end, you get access to low end, and then you can actually climb the spire to the hub already. The spoke. Keep thinking of Spire, the RPG. Spoke. You can climb the spoke. But we ended up, based on our decisions, we ended up on the Greenway first. So that's another incentive to explore, but I want to try and escape on the sidereal. How do we do that? Castor stable? No. What do we do for... Where's Lemon Mina? Oh, we got locked out also of one quest path, which is dealing with the bounty hunter who was after us before he was fired from his job because they decided to go in-house bounty hunters. They decided to go to in-house bounty hunters, so they canceled all their freelancer contracts and they went in-house. SNR. I don't know where he is now. Ethan. I need to buy meds just in case, and I need to get credits. So Toshiro takes the shits and hands you a vial. You quickly leave. Salvage ship is coming in. I don't think I need any more ship mine fragments right now, so I don't really... Interesting. The bar where I could work in Overlook Bar. Havenage offices. Sell us a ship. Here. Sell us Foundation administration ship. Look, it's a smiley face. Damn it, Celis. So Celis Foundation, a bunch of rich people in the core worlds. Okay, we have 2 options here. This is a critical action. So critical actions can only be done once, so we don't want to screw it up. We only have a 2. So we should use this for something else, like low stakes, perhaps work at a bar for some credits because I'm getting poor. Or risk this. Let's observe and explore before returning to our container. 25% chance of failure. I'm feeling lucky. If we fail, lockdown is in effect, right? So this is a positive, this is the negative. Let's try this out. We're running low on time. We need to make up for lost time because we were dealing with killer. So Miku's gonna push herself and pull off an all-nighter or all-cycler, an all-nighter, to observe and explore. Not totally engaged right now. Bluffing past security, that's a major thing. Let's observe and explore. Careful observation and an instinct for security procedures will help you understand how to sneak on a board. Come on, don't fail me now. Okay, neutral outcome. The winding corridors are overwhelming. You come away with some more detail, but many questions. Alright, that is a productive day. We saved our friend Navigator. Let's end the day. We have enough energy to last us for the next few days. All cycles need to end. Okay, I'm not too hungry, so we can stop by the Overlook Bar, get some cardboard rations. Morning, Tala. Good cycle to you. It's here for your ration. I need to eat to go. I have... Yeah, this is to go. I'm gonna grab a packed meal. Tastes like cardboard, but it gives me nutrition. We're gonna infiltrate the Celis Foundation. Just double checking how long we have left. No clocks here for the Yatagan. Checking on my data pad how long I have left before departure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have to get this done in 6 cycles. And to the Greenway. Any pending stuff over there in the Greenway? We have not explored the farm stacks totally. We have not even visited the Haifa commune yet. But I wonder if this is a possible end state. To join a commune, a self-sustaining community. The Wastes, Climbing Briar, that's the endgame content. And the Gap. Alright. So, the only danger clock we have right now is getting this done before the Sidereal leaves. We could do that. We're going to use our 6s here. No. We have a skill point. Have we been enduring a lot over our story? I think we've been approaching problems more and more head-on. We have. Working in the Yatagan, becoming an enforcer, doing those deliveries, collecting protection money. We've had to deal with people. We couldn't just stay in cyberspace forever. We couldn't just hide in our container. We had to deal with people a lot. And a lot of the times, a direct approach could have helped. But our character has also shown some strength of will, I think. So maybe story-wise, I could get rid of this. We have been enduring. We have been given hope. We've helped in helping our friends. We have given ourselves hope for ourselves. Yeah, does that make sense? All right. So I could get rid of this negative modifier for enduring. Or, no, engineer work. We haven't been doing much engineering work. For 2 upgrade points, I could already get Obsessive Haggler. But all cryo actions are discounted. This doesn't really make sense to me story-wise. I haven't been trying to haggle much, and I haven't been doing much business. So I think, story-wise, it makes sense to get rid of this negative modifier. And this is a new perk, Photosynthetic Skin. Sun-bathed dice action allows energy recovery at home. Do I really need this? Because I think energy is the white bar below. We can just eat for that. So we're fine. Okay, let's save that point for the next story development of our character, to figure out how Miku grows as a character. So it's kind of like a personal challenge for me. More that like in this, like, story wise, I should have been doing a lot of engineering stuff or reading up on engineering to justify like investing a skill point into this. So for me, even if I'm never going to like choose, or if I rarely choose endure actions, getting rid of that modifier, because -1 for me here felt like, we really had no strength of will. We really felt hopeless, lost, adrift, no future, no life. But we got rid of our tracker, so we're free from the scrutiny of the corporation. We helped a mercenary forgive herself and get the job done. That is our first mercenary work. We helped an AI who was in danger of being deleted by a hunter-killer program become free. We freed that AI. So I think these really help build up my spirit as a person, as a human being. So yeah, our strength of will definitely gained a point in that. This is not in my wheelhouse, but since we've gotten enough courage, slipping into facilities, hacking here and there, doing physically plugging in like a ship mind, we're gonna go secret agent now and bluff past security. Let's put a 4 in here for the repeatable, but we're gonna put a 6 here. For sure, we're gonna get 3 ticks here. The fastest way to get to know the ship is by pretending to work there. A plan so bold it might even work. So Miku dresses up as best as she can. Probably fakes some documents with the help of Caster. And bluffs past security. You convince the guards to help you look for your ID inside the ship before you remember you left it at home. Can't believe they fell for that. Maybe they're not expecting a master slicer or master interfacer / hacker. So that can only work once. That's why it's a critical action, right? You can't repeat it by going back and saying, oh, I forgot my ID again. So that makes sense narratively. So now we're stuck with observing and exploring. After Miku gets a readout of the ship from inside, perhaps she plants some tracers into the systems, some back doors as well. That's what she does after she bluffs past security. Then now, she steps out and she's able to explore better. This should be enough to fill up Cella's infiltration. You note down shift changes, security keys, camera positions. A possible route starts to emerge in your mind. So we're done with that. We can extract the Cella's data now. I'm in. Maybe, if you do this right, you might be able to pull something more than just IDs. So we don't need a super success here, right? No, I think it's very important because we're already guaranteed success with a 5. However, that might be a neutral outcome. Miku does not want to take any risks. She wants to get everything, you know. We want everything, the whole package. You find the data, but sitting right beside it, there's a cache of cryo. You take both. Too easy. Haha, hacking minigame solved. We got the cryo. Not bad. That's probably what we got from the positive outcome. We have the data. Do we go to Caster now? Here we go. Caster, Curious Data Defense. And see, you cannot save. It's all autosave. So I can't I have to do this. No going back. When you arrive at Lem, he reminds you of the guy from Westworld. What's the name of that actor? Like, I could imagine him playing Castor. Let me just get that. Jeffrey Wright. There we go. when I first met Castor, I already imagined Jeffrey Wright, like face cast, playing Castor. When you arrive at Lem and Mina's unit, Castor is already waiting outside, leaning beside the door. Forgive me, Sleeper, but Celis is already buzzing with news of the breach. I was expecting you. I don't like you tracking me. No. Will this work? Don't worry. The breach cannot be traced to the specific IDs I am about to create. Castor reaches into a pocket and produces a sleek green and white hand terminal. The data, please. What is that? Something I acquired from Celis while you were busy on that ship. Castor pushes up his glasses. I haven't been waiting for you the entire time. You hand over a drive with the data, and Castor fishes around for a converter cable to hook it up. He slots it into the terminal. See, that's practical. Converter cable. See, little details like that, they decide to insert into the narrative. It really, details like that really bringing this picture to life, bringing this art to life. He slots it into the terminal, and after some whirring, a set of 2 transparent films. He slots it into the terminal, and after some whirring, a set of 2 transparent films marked with numeric sequences are produced. Damn. 2 tickets to an uncertain future. Castor smiles to himself. The child will go with Lem, of course. He pockets them. These are yours, but first, he holds out a white cube. Your side of the deal. Another question. What is it? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you the square, and you rest it in your palm. A small, white, perfect cube. Suddenly you feel a sharp pain and flinch. The cube jumps from your hand and rattles along the walkway. You look at Castor apologetically. Castor smiles. Not to worry. It has done its job. Now it is for you to do yours. Oh, it's like the injected nanomachines. You look down and see a tiny pinprick in the center of your palm. Nothing sinister. Castor puts the terminal away. This way we can keep track of you and the sidereal horizon. I didn't agree to this. You did, Sleeper. Castor adjusts his glasses. You have to understand that I could have done this without you knowing. This way, everything is on the table, so to speak. Castor hands you another retract. We just got rid of our corporate. We just got rid of a tracker, and then now we have a tracker again. This guy's smart. That is the way, or I'm stupid. That is the way to guarantee that for the contract to work, I have to be on that ship, because he's not gonna inject Lem with it. Like, if possible, I would have just inject Lem. I'm not getting on that ship. Let's see what kind of options the game will provide us, because we still have stuff to do on the station before it leaves. But I do like the pressure it puts on you that this ship is about to leave. It's not gonna wait for you forever. You have to act, and then it clashes with the stuff you're trying to solve, like Sabine, Rabia, Emphis, and whatever's on the Greenway. And then we're just gonna like leave them hanging. Even if like Sabine's depending on us, Rabia's probably depending on us as well to get at Yannick. Can't just leave them. It's unfinished. Castor hands you the transparent films, and you see shimmering portraits of you and Lem flickering beneath the surface. Go. Give them the good news. And he reaches across and buzzes the unit. Lem slides open the door, half dressed in his gear. Sleeper, what brings you up here? Come in. He beckons you inside. You look to the side, expecting to see Castor, but the wall is empty. Wow. So mysterious, this Castor. The unit is cleaner, better organized than last time. Lam sits at the thin bar and gestures for you to sit. Mina's with some of the local kids. Someone has started doing lessons down the way. She seems to like it. See, it's like, and now Mina's starting to meet local kids. She's starting her school. Is this really the best decision to like stuff them on the ship to somewhere? Illegally? Let's sit. You sit at the bar. What's up, Sleeper? Play for time? No, this can't wait. I have some news. Well, out with it then. Lem laughs. Oh no! Oh, this is an option. Do we even... Yeah, you're right. Do we even tell him about these ideas? This feels like a point of no return. You tell them about these IDs. That'll shift and it might shift his entire plans. Because it feels like, you know, the loss of his job, the loss of the opportunity to get on the ship. I love that paragraph here. It says it's better organized than now because he kind of let himself go for a bit. You're worried about Mina's well-being. But it seems like he's getting his shit together again. Mina's also making new friends. And here we are, about to reintroduce this possible false, you know, this hope for an unknown future. Like, it's like cursed knowledge. Do we... But the thing is, I don't even want to get on that ship yet. Okay, in the moment, Miku is rethinking things. Just thinking. Probably there's a long beat of silence. And she's considering whether to tell them about it. You look around the unit. You look at Lem. He looks better, softer, more full of life. It's as if a weight has been lifted from his shoulders. You think of Mina, a few units down, learning with other children. You falter. Is the sidereal horizon better than this? Lam starts to look a little nervous. You in trouble? Dead? Oh. We don't even know this Castor, right? We don't know who. That might imperil the future of the sidereal horizon. Let's say this foundation project actually works, and their whole point was to get away from everything, which is why they don't want it to be traced. Yeah, very dubious. A lot of gray areas. Not just gray areas, actually a lot of... Never mind. They full-on exploited a bunch of workers. To make the ship untraceable, like, can you really trust in those people in the core worlds? Can you really trust in this foundation to provide a good future for its people in the other solar system? Would they promise you, like, look, they promise a new life in the solar system away from these corporations, freedom. But how they screwed us over They screwed us over. They couldn't maintain that promise. They went back on their word. It's like, that really shows how the Foundation really thinks. And I've been getting more and more, getting my roots down in the station. It's not gonna last forever, but we have what we have here. I don't think... Yeah, right, you're right. I don't think it's a wise decision to get on that ship. This is hard. I didn't expect, like, this to be difficult, actually. Because I was so sure about what Miko wanted, what I wanted. But here we have a ticket onto the ship. He slaved away for years on that ship, trying to get aboard it. Trying to get away from everything. I don't think we could do that. I don't think... No. They screwed us over. They screwed us over. They have shown that they cannot keep their promises. And it's a bunch of core worlders. It's like a core worlders... Core 1%er core worlder project. For what? So they maybe they want to establish a colony there free from the rules of the corporation so they don't have to pay what? Taxes or something? They're just gonna... No, okay, we're not gonna tell him. It's good. They gave us these tips. They gave us this one paragraph, these two paragraphs, and how we've seen him getting things together. I was worried about him, but yeah, he has no choice but to move on. I think this will do more harm than good if we say that. By the way, I got us another ticket out. Fudge! I'm gonna have to say no to Castor here. I'm not getting on that ship. He trapped us. And I thought Lem and Mina, I thought we wanted to put them on that ship. We promised we would help. But... man, I wouldn't know. I don't know what to tell. Because you can easily just say, right? Given the IDs, and he has the option. He has the option to decide what to do with it. But burdening him after what he's already lost, burdening him with that decision to make. It's like an impossible decision. Go off into the unknown and hope for a better future, or make the most out of life with what you have here, right now, in front of you. Because there's no going back. You're going to another solar system in cryo sleep. It's gonna be everyone in the eye will probably be dead by the time you get to the other solar system. And who's to say, who are those people on those ships anyway? Like, what if they're just a bunch of rich people who wanted to go to another solar system to play without consequence? We don't even know anything about the passengers aboard the Sidereal, and okay, I'm gonna bite the bullet. I'm not gonna burden him with this knowledge. I'm going to not give... Oh my god, thank you. Hello, Plushy Momshi, you are raiding. I am having a bit of a dilemma right now in terms of this decision-making thing. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, raiders. This is Tabletop Cinema. If any regulars are there, welcome back. For anyone who may be just coming in right now, welcome. This is Tabletop Cinema. I am a variety streamer. I am Mikey, your host. I stream every Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And focusing more on story narrative-based games. My short-term goals is to eventually become a game master. Again, thank you for the follow, Cumulus. Cumulus, that's pretty cool. Yeah, short-term goal is to eventually get more original content, run some tabletop RPG sessions, and long-term goal is eventually make cross-media stuff inspired by what we have here. Thank you for that, Redeem. Thank you for the follow, Decal TV. It's great to see everyone. I always appreciate the raids, Plushy Mom Sheets. Thank you so much. What have you been playing? Let me just give you a shout out over here, Plushy Momshi. Has been playing Mortuary Assistant. How's it going? Thank you for those bits. Thank you for those bits. I'm going to redeem this right now. You are lucky. You are blessed by... there's a kitty over there. Hi. Right now you just come in. We're playing Citizen Sleeper. Citizen Sleeper... feels very much like a tabletop RPG. Ah! Yeah. Here we go. Ah. Hi, Maya. Conveniently, there's like a cat bed under my work table. So Maya likes to stay there once in a while to stay close. He's a chunky kitty. Hi. Say hi to the stream. Maya. You know, I really love that you allow me to pick you up like this. I'll always appreciate you when I pick you up like this. Before, Maya used to not allow this at all. Like, she'd like fight her way out. But no, I have trapped you. Thanks, Maya. Thank you for that redeem. Let me see if I can get passion in. Thanks, Maya. Sometimes passion is so full of energy. Like she's so high strung. Oh, I think, did you hear that meow? You just have to find the right place to pet her. Because if she's so energetic and you like, I think she becomes like overstimulated and she'll like nip at you or like swipe at you. Yeah, there we go. Calm down, little kitty. Thank you for that redeem. That is the most redeemed reward we have right now. I should probably update it actually. But again, thank you everyone for the follows and coming in. Oh wow, that's a lot of cat hair. Ah! I need to brush them. Oh, but they shed so much. They said so much that... Thank you for the follow, Tang Pussy. Just be careful how we pronounce that. Now I'm imagining Tang drink and yeah. How does that taste like? I do love Tang juice though. We have... Oh, I'm still imagining it. Interesting. You know, we're open about it. Yeah, Puzzy flavored Tang. That's how we do it here. It's there's no shame in, you know, talking about sexually related things. It's just be open about it. Okay, now I just revealed that that's what I was thinking of. That was totally what I was thinking of when I saw that username. Tang Puzzy. Okay, enjoy. I kind of outed myself there. But you know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm thinking. Come on. So, there we go. Thanks, Plushy Momshi. Enjoy your dinner. We are, well, kind of have an hour left maybe in the stream. Thank you for choosing and taking your time out to come out here. We are playing a pretty chill game though. This is Citizen Sleeper. If you're not familiar with it, Citizen Sleeper is a tabletop RPG inspired game about, it's a science fiction game inspired by tabletop RPG narratives about surviving in the ruins of interplanetary capitalism. So it's very dystopian in feel, but the stories are very real. There's not much in terms of gameplay aside from assigning dice. It's about managing your actions for a day and optimally, surviving. Some light survival elements where you have to maintain your energy, but it's where the drives are, right? These are your objectives, and these are stories told. It feels like an anthology of stories told in this really great, well-written setting. So there's no voice acting or anything, but the way it's written is super great. And right now, for the past 10 minutes, I've been struggling to decide what to do to wrap up this story arc with Lem, a shipyard worker. So Lem has a daughter, Mina, and very true to real life, Lem and I worked ourselves onto a Theo, how's it going? Long time no see. Did you come in with the raid? Or are you visiting from your usual path? Welcome in. It's been a long time. Sorry, I was just trying to catch up chat with the story here. We're actually late in the game right now. We finished up a few quest arcs already, but right now we're dealing with Lem and Mina. We were basically contractual workers working on this big colony ship which promised a brighter future in another solar system. And you had a chance to get on board via lottery. But the fine print, they screwed us over. The Foundation only made the lottery available to licensed contractual workers. So once we finished the ship, they basically fired all the contractual workers because we're done. We're all out of a job and we had no chance of getting aboard. So now we found a way to falsify IDs with the help of Castor, a data fence, so that we can get aboard the ship before it leaves. It's going to leave in 6 cycles, 6 days. All right? So there's pressure here. Of course, when we found out that the Foundation screwed us over. Oh, by the way, a bit of backstory in the Foundation. The Celis Foundation, it's a bunch of rich people from the core worlds who had this dream of colonizing another solar system away from, and their pitch is that away from all the corporations in our solar system. But the truth is, they chose to build the ship here in the Eye because because it wouldn't be able to be traced. People wouldn't know it would exist. So that's kind of sketchy. I understand that they don't want the corporations to follow wherever they end up in. But at the same time, they screwed over all of us. They screwed over the employees. I don't trust them to provide a good future. So, thank you for lurking, Moxie. See you soon. Oh, spicy soy sauce. Welcome back. I just had some spicy soy sauce the other day. Just mixed in that chili garlic with the soy sauce. Put in some calamansi. Hell yeah. Awesome dip for shawmai. Freaking love it. Okay. Hope you had a good nap, Theo. So that's the dilemma right now. I'm having a hard time deciding right now. So they screwed us over. The ship is about to leave for a solar system, and we're not sure if that's going to be good. You're going to be put in cryogenic stasis, and you're going to wake up a generation from now in another solar system. On a supposedly habitable planet away from everything, starting anew. So initially, that's what Lem wanted for his daughter. But we don't even know who is on this ship. We don't know who else is sleeping on that ship. We don't know why the Foundation... It's super shady. Like, no traces, no receipts. No one knows it exists. That's why they chose the Eye to build it. The other option is to just deal with this. This is important here. So, of course, when they screwed us over, Lem was distraught because he was pinning all his hopes onto getting aboard the ship with his daughter. However, and so when we lost the lot, when we realized we were not in the lottery, he kind of let go of himself. I was worried about his daughter, but now we see him again a few cycles later, and check this out. The unit is cleaner, better organized, and he seems to be in higher spirits. And Mina, his daughter, has now started to see some of the local kids doing lessons down the way, and she seems to like it. So we're carrying here falsified IDs, and the game is allowing us now to either tell him about it, that we can get aboard the sidereal, or we leave him, or we don't tell him about it. Because I've been telling myself, I'm leaning towards not telling him anymore. Because I feel like it's cursed knowledge, or I feel like it's gonna burden him some more. But see, you look around the unit, you look at Lem. He looks better, softer, more full of life. It's as if a weight has been lifted from his shoulders. You think of Mina, a few units down, learning with other children. You falter. Is the sidereal horizon better than this? Lamb starts to look a little nervous. So I'm thinking, I never wanted to get on the ship in the first place. We were kind of trapped by Castor into a no negotiation kind of thing where and he injected trackers into me. I don't like that crap. But I'm gonna have to tell Castor the deal is off. The deal is off. I'm not getting on that ship. I wanted Lem and Mina to get on the ship, but now that I see Lem now slowly but surely starting a new future here, I don't want to burden him with that. So I already repeated myself over and over. I still don't know what to decide. Nothing, forget it. You sure are acting funny? Lem squints at you. Are you sure nothing's up? And what I'm wondering is, does he deserve to know? Maybe I'm gonna regret not telling him. Maybe I feel maybe I'm presumptuous to think that not telling him that we have a way on board the sidereal. I feel like that's better for him, but maybe we're presumptuous. Maybe we're thinking too much about that. Maybe I show him the IDs, he thanks us, and he says, I've decided to stay, Sleeper. Oh, okay. Well, this is a well-written sequence. I'm figuring out. See, this is like the second time. Like, they say, do you want to tell him or stall for time? So it's like, are you sure? Are you sure? And then now it's like, are you sure nothing's coming up? So it's giving us these different opportunities. And I'm going like, do I tell him? Yes, no, yes, no. And then now I'm like, okay, fine. Maybe I should tell him. And we'll decide together what's best for Mina. How's that? And I'm just thinking about the worst case scenario where it absolutely messes it up. I think he deserves to know. He deserves to know. Okay. See, and now I'm changing my mind. Okay. I guess in this scene, the artificial light slowly filtering into the apartment, which has been recently cleaned up by Lem. Though still a slight mess, but very cozy and lived in. I guess I'm sliding it across the kitchen counter. These transparent cards, a promise for an unknown future. I made a promise that I'd help them get aboard. So I think I should just finish that up and we'll decide together what to do from here. I have Celis IDs for us. You have... Lem freezes. How? He blinks rapidly, as if to wipe you from his vision. Does that mean... Yep. Lem stands up and paces around the unit. Oh, he still wants to go. We have to pack. He starts laughing. Holy shit, we have to pack. He turns back to you, smiling. How the hell did you swing this, Sleepa? Oh no. I regret my decision. There's no loading here, chat. Live with their consequences. I don't want to be on that ship. I made a deal. Thank you, Theo, for that hydrate. What a deal! Color me impressed. You show him the ID films, and he whistles at the portraits. Ooh, impressive stuff. He pats you on the shoulder. You should stay until Mina gets home. We can tell her together. But we still have unfinished business here. But sure, I want to see Mina again. Mina's his daughter. Sure. The buzzer goes. That'll be her. Lem gets up and opens the door, and Mina, a bundle of energy and life, rushes into the room. This is what we might give up, chat. Mina's starting to make new friends and go to school, and then robot, she shouts. And then we gave her father hope again for a foundation that screwed us over. If we have no faith or trust in this, and we're gonna stuff ourselves into cryogenic sleep and hope for a better future. Lem picks her up. Mina, you won't believe what they brought us. You flash her the passes and she looks confused. We are going away after all, Mini. He lifts her up above her head. On that big, beautiful ship. Mina screams and Lem laughs. He puts Mina down and she runs over to you and hugs your legs. I love you, robot, she says quietly, so only you can hear. What have we done? I love you too, Mina. And a while later, when you leave, you don't even think to check for Castor by the door until it's too late. You stop and turn, halfway down the walkway, but there's nothing there. Even that little white cube is gone. So Niku's like looking at her palm. We just got rid of the corporate tracker, and now an unknown, Castor, we don't know anything about him. He injected some kind of tracking device on us again. So it doesn't feel like... So you keep walking, back through the low end, deep in thought. Excited and scared all at once. Ooh. What if the running game did whatever it took to get that ticket? I got an achievement. Shoot. Let's check how long we have until we depart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In several cycles, the sidereal horizon will set out. You'll either be on board or not. Is there an option to not board? But then, we're gonna leave Mina. One step at a time. We have time. Let's finish what we can. We're going to help Sabine expose Yannick. Let's go. So Sabine is my doctor, former SNR, now working for the Mafia Yatagan, and she's teamed up. They have teamed up with Rabia, a lieutenant of the Yatagan, because Sabine found evidence that the elder Yannick has been gathering data on his employers without their knowledge, and we presume selling it to SNARP, the corporation who basically ran us like slaves. So we're trying to expose Yannick. We have to gain his trust by patrolling the block. The massive block at the center of the low end is made up of layers and layers of units. Patrolling this vertical city is a challenge. Let's reroll for the let's reroll. 5's okay. 50% positive outcome, 50% neutral outcome. It's a long action. Good, positive outcome. Factories, restaurants, surgeries, schools. The layers of the block are rich with stories and problems to solve. You are starting to learn them all. Yannick is a strange character, but he seems to understand the value of hard work. You'll gain his trust with time. Let's use the dice. Let's use it. You never know. Feeling lucky. 24% chance of failure. Negative outcome. Shit. A rival gang jumps you when you aren't looking and delivers retribution for some unknown slight. You limp back to safe territory. Crap. Okay. Miku is injured. We're gonna limp back. To our empty container, our cold empty container, and end the cycle there. I think we'll have like 4 dice should be enough. We have 1 vial of stabilizer left. Maybe we should use it. But I'm almost out of credits. It's 80 credits per vial of stabilizer. If we don't take stabilizer, we die. That's the problem with our body. Our android body. Fudge. Let's go all the way. Let's go. We need the stabilizer. We are going to clear that thing with Sabine. We are going to finish that before the departure of the sidereal horizon. I'm so poor right now. I think I need to sell my ship mine core. I stopped by a meal to go from the Overlook bar. It's only 10 credits. Okay. Then I go over to the Yatagan dispensary to buy a vial of stabilizer. Toshiro takes the chits and hands you a vial. You quickly leave. Oh god, our money. That is what I'm actually not sure, Moxie. I'm not sure if there's a fail state here. I don't know what happens if you run out of energy. And I don't know what happens if you... I guess you actually die. I think you can fail in this game. And there were some there were some big negative clocks that portended doom. Like the corporation finds you and hunts you down. So maybe those are fail end states, I think. Theo, thank you for dropping by. It is great to see you again. Enjoy dinner. See you around. The Korean heart emote. Alright, let's go. But, so the Doom trackers that we saw were... Corporation tracking is down. We prevented that by getting rid of our tracker. And then now, the ship is about to leave. So there are multiple endings in this game. That's what I do know. I think there are like 8-ish endings, different variations. So what you're doing for your playthrough is going to be very different from mine actually. Because it depends on your roles for the day and the priority of actions that you take in the people you decide to focus on. Like right now, this has been in my for more than a half the cycle. This grow mushrooms, get to know Empis. It's been there, sitting there, because some major thing, some major complication keeps showing up. But now we have I think we've triggered one of the possible endings, which is leaving the space station for the unknown. It doesn't sound like a very great idea for me. I've grown attached to this place. I've helped people along the way. And now I'm kind of regretting telling Lem about... I made a promise. No. I made a promise that I'd help him out. I delivered on that promise. And he and his daughter seem excited and happy. Like, I would have understood if I showed him the ID and he tells me, you know, Sleepa, I've decided to stay. If he said that, I totally respect that. That's what I wanted for him. But it didn't feel right to make the decision for him by not telling him. Like, I had the option to not tell him about those passes. So I had to tell him. It is a promise. So before the ship leaves, we have 6 cycles. We are going to try and expose the elder of the Yatagan Mafia so we can help out our doctor. Oh, Kairi? Doctor. Anyway. Expose Yannick. Patrol the block. Dokuta. I was reminded of Arc Knights. The English voice acting is pretty good. I do like the English voices. And I do appreciate that they decided to get English voices for Arc Knights. And I do like Amiya's voice. And even Cruz. Okay. Enforcement time. Gaining his trust. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ticks left. That should be 1 positive outcome and 1 neutral outcome. Let's reroll this. Okay. 1 and 1. Snake eyes. Here we go. We've gained Yannick's trust in 1 cycle. We got beaten up by a rival gang, but we're going strong. We've done this. We're no stranger now to danger and bodily harm. We worked as a mercenary once upon a time in the early parts of this cycle of this month. Now we're going to work with the Yakuza. Low end, ramshackle residential district. You almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time. This is how Sabine's been communicating with us, because Sabine's being hunted down. Because Sabine might expose Yannick. Yannick thinks he's a threat, so they've been trying to get rid of Sabine. They're the doctor that helped us out. Doctor full of remorse for what they did for the corporation. They got guilty and decided to leave. And they were left with no option but to work for the Yakuza. The Yatagan. So now we're communicating with Sabine again. The same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time. Written across the fluorescent tape is that familiar word. Sleeper. You grab it quickly. It fizzles up. Rabia says sorry. Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I think we were kind of like wink, wink. I think I knew what was going on. So, thankfully this confirms it. I'm sure you've got the play by now. Earn his trust, work the block. Then, we need you to get into his office. More infiltration. I'm good at this. My character, I did not plan for my character to end up as an infiltrator, hacker kind of person. But she's definitely grown into her role. It's risky, but obviously you're the only one of us who doesn't already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to SNARP. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Rabia says, be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay, processing the implant data and sending it to SNARP, but we can't lock down its position. Either he's moving it, or it's moving itself. Or it is rerouting through other relays we can't understand it. Maybe you can find some details on it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You'll only get one shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, Sleeper. I'm sorry too. Be safe. Click. Leaving me in silence. You pocket the recorder just in case and walk away. Looks like it's up to you, Hacker Sleeper. Oh my god, what does this entail? We have ones. We have Snake Eyes for this cycle. Yannick has asked you to collect his medicine from his office. Now is the only chance to find that SNARP relay. We cannot screw this up, chat. We cannot dedicate a 1 to a critical action. Patrolling the block, earning the trust. Miku was just so tired from today. I was beaten up by a rival gang, okay, trying to gain his trust. I need a rest. So I'm gonna dedicate these ones to something low stress, low risk. Sorry, Sleeper. You play a Sleeper. Sleepers are basically a digitized, emulated human consciousness housed in an android body. Now, there's a bit of a dark history with the Sleepers. SNARP basically used Sleepers as slaves because they were able to get through some legal loopholes. They exploited some legal loopholes in that since it is a copy of a human consciousness, my actual human body is sleeping somewhere in the core worlds. Now, they were able to circumvent the illegal, because it's illegal to have sentient AI. So they circumvented it by saying, oh no, it's just an emulated human consciousness. They don't have rights. They're not actual people. And they further trap you by planned obsolescence, literal planned obsolescence. Your body will die in a matter of time unless you take a vial of stabilizer. And guess who holds the sole supply of stabilizers? SNARP, the corporation. So if you flee, you're going to die. But we were able to secure black market channels to get stabilizer. That's why we want to help Sabine. That's the NPC we're helping now. We're helping Sabine and Rabia take down Yannick. Because Yannick has been selling information to SNARP. The very corporation we're all trying to run away from. So we're gonna take Yannick down. Old man wants his meds. We're gonna go infiltrate his office tomorrow. Because I only have 2 ones right now and I can't reroll. What do I do with the ones? So Miku's super tired after a long day of earning Yannick's trust. She has no... So I'm thinking of this narratively as effort dice. So these Snake Eyes are telling me like, oh, she's out of it. She can't... It's too risky to do anything dangerous. So she's probably gonna work at the Overlook bar. Wait, it's a risky to work in the Overlook bar. Let's go to someplace we haven't explored yet to get our mind off things. We're about to infiltrate a Yatagan elder's domain. Alright? That's like going up to one of the elders of the Yakuza and looking through their shit. I need a drink. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 days before the Sidereal leaves. And these clocks, red kind of means like a negative thing will happen if it fills up before you act. And they continue without your input. So they're helped to keep you on task and also pressure you to make decisions. What else can we do here? Can we explore the hub some more? Ah, we haven't finished this. Let's try it. Let's try to learn more about the hub. By interfacing, it's 25% chance of failure. We just lose a bit of energy. We're fine. Let's access the manifests. The stacked base house a flow of incoming and outgoing ships. The digital manifests will help you get your head around this place. So Miku settles down into her interface and does what she does best. Though she's quite tired from physically enforcing the Yatagan stuff. Neutral outcome. It is overwhelming, but you start to piece together a picture of which base serve which purposes, from repairs to refueling. This might also give me, narratively, I'm thinking, the sidereal is docked here. We want to learn what's going on around the sidereal. Maybe we can find about, secrets or truths that they're not telling us or that we may be missing out on. I want to be prepared for this journey. Either whether I am going on that ship or letting Lem and Mina go without me. Negative outcome. There are just too many bays. After looking at tens of manifests, you are exhausted and no longer understanding this place. So Miku is just at her wit's end, too tired from enforcing. It's time to sleep. It is a sign to sleep. Hopefully we get good rolls so we can immediately clear out Sabine's quest. We're going to have a hearty breakfast next cycle at Emphasis Food Stall. Let's go. Oh, I'm starving. Those are shitty rolls. Trust in the reroll. I swear, this mileage, this perk I got, which allows me to reroll once a day, has saved me so many times. Best perk. So narratively, I feel like that's Miku reassessing her options and changing her approach. I've found that Miku as a character has been very adaptable with machines and very intuitive when it comes to solving problems. So yeah, that's Miku. First, we pass by Bright Market. We pass by Emphasis Stall. We have a big day ahead of us, Emphas. Hit me up with a plate of fungus. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. Expensive, but necessary. Belly filled, energy, health full. It's time to do this. I'm gonna dedicate the 6. I'm gonna go overkill here. No messing this up. Then I'm gonna reroll the rest of these results. I don't want to waste the 6 by rerolling and getting a shitty roll. So, getting ready. We're just gonna collect medicine for the Yatagan Elder. Redate located. You spot the countermeasure on the drawer moments before you touch it. This has to be it, but you can't rush it. You look at the countermeasure in the drawer. It looks like some kind of shock trap. If you'd grab the drawer, you'd likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. You wins. The soundtrack's also super great. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly, then listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear for now. You slide the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay. But as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze for a moment, unsure what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision, or shit, he has it on his person. Those shimmering glasses of his coming back to you in your memory, his strange movements, his speech. You look again at the cradle and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of SN ARP. Rabia said the relay moved, that they couldn't get a fix in it. What if Yannick was the relay? The thought hits you like a shock. Yannick, with a remote relay implanted in his head, networked to every single implanted enforcer in the low end. A shudder runs through you. Is he even in control? Or excuse me. Or has SNARP wormed its way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology, a puppet with cut strings. Time to cut Yannick's strings then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it, a remote connection, a tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to SNARP. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it, snap it from the frame, and it crumples, sparks, and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come, before the scream, and you're already on your way out. Down the corridor, down through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then out onto the walkway where Yannick lies still. Enforcers gathered around him, bemused. Oh no, do we approach or do we leave? No, I'm so curious. Like he's lying there, but no, leave. I'm so curious though. See, if this is a game where you can quick save and quick load, I'd choose like approach and see the content. And if it doesn't work out, quick load. But no. You gotta think like Miku here. We made it. We destroyed the relay. No point approaching. Leave. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was or had become is gone. But then we should have approached to confirm the kill. Or not the kill. Confirm the disconnect. That would have been responsible, but there were other Yatagan enforcers surrounding the body. I don't think that is the right move to approach. Your anger is a hard core in your chest, and all of it is focused on SNARP. We stopped the signal. That's an achievement. 4 days for the aftermath? Wait, but the Sidereal Horizon's gonna leave in what, 5 days? Wow, so we're just waiting for the departure and the aftermath. The low end is wild with stories about Yannick's death. You were still waiting for Rabia to get in touch, but you trust that she will. Holy shit, he did die. It is probably a failsafe from SNARP themselves. Shit. Maybe SNARP, like, you know, if ever it would be tampered or infiltrated, get rid of the loose end. They did. They basically killed Yannick. Like, should the relay fail, that means we are compromised. That means we need to clean you up. Wouldn't put it past them. So, Yannick the Elder is dead. 4 days for the aftermath. Oh no, that is going to coincide with the Sidereal, isn't it? Let me double check the Sidereal. 4 days. It's gonna happen on the same day. The Sidereal is going to leave on the same day. Maybe it's gonna be nice. Maybe it's gonna be a nice convergence of we say goodbye to our doctor. If we decide to step on the ship, maybe, you know, we wrap up things with Sabine. The Yatagan, the Yatagan is now free from Yannick and SNARP's control. And I would feel better about leaving if I do decide to leave, because I already cleared my debts to our friends. SNR, we don't know much about their corporate structure. I'm assuming they're mostly run by humans in the core worlds, I'm guessing. All I know is they're a bunch of assholes willing to exploit their workforce. One of many. Alright, so same waiting game for the sidereal dock and the aftermath of Yannick's death. So these two are pending. See, you can build a home. That's one of the drives here. Build a home, but that seems like a super endgame thing. Like, I'm not even sure what's gonna happen. I wonder if Lem and Mina will have second thoughts before boarding the sidereal. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. Right now, what can we do? We're gonna wind down the stream soon, but I want to see these. Let's play as much as we can until we see the outcomes. The outcomes of these 4 cycles. Let's go. So let's visit the Greenway. There's a plot hook there in the Greenway. Something about possible lost AI. Or AI in hiding. Like, Navigator might not be the only one. So this is the cloud, the hacking space. Greenway Gate. No. SNRP's a human company, and they're using sleepers like us as expendable resources. And they don't have to pay us because we're not human beings. We are copies of human beings. Alright. I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick. We'll explore the Greenway a bit for this cycle. And then let's try and work our way to the outcome of our major quest arcs. BRB. Alright, I'm back. As to the situation with the AI is another thing. Illegal sentient AI is illegal. So we were actually just helping out an AI. An AI who grew to be sentient. An AI that is being hunted down by old world programs which are meant to delete sentient AI. So that's another, they're a different entity altogether. That's why SNRP was able to exploit legal loopholes, because we are not sentient AI. We are basically copied human beings. So it's like, then that is not exactly sentient. Or according to the law, then that is not sentient. So therefore, it is legal. You know, stuff like that. But yeah, the corporation does not want proprietary technology to get away, so they did hunt us down, and we had to get away from that. It's a whole mess. This is Greenway Gate. The entire Greenway is locked down, shrouded in a dark cloud of shifting currents. What is happening here? This is probably going to open up another quest path. So, our AI friend gave us... Welcome back, Theo. How was dinner? Getting hungry myself. Oh, rice still not cooked. Yeah, get that rice cooked well, Theo. Greenway is this location on the station. So this is Erlin's Eye. Erland was a visionary in the back then in ancient times, hundreds of years ago, and this is the eye. So this is the space station. I, short for Erland's eye. The Greenway is this section of the ring that we're looking at right now. There's a lot of old world technology in here, and it's largely isolated from the rest of the system, and which is a mystery in itself. We found out from the central hub that this is a dark spot. So it's a prime hiding spot for communes, like the Haifa commune. Farms. It's also where the farms are. So there are farm stacks. And underneath all that could be a tangle of secret laboratories or ancient ruins and stuff like that. So it's compelling to explore. And now we helped out the AI, and the AI gave us data, a cipher, to grant us access to the Greenway systems. And now we are finally going to find out what the hell is going on in the Greenway. Let's go. So why is it blocked off? Big question. Why is it away from the cloud? The cipher burns away as it is slotted, the data sparking like a lit touch paper. What has been unlocked? Did we unleash evil? Did we, I'm pretty sure there are other AI in hiding. Maybe we will discover a whole community of sentient AI? I don't know. The Greenway roils beneath you like a silt-choked river. Ha! Yeah, terrible internet connection over there. They weren't connected to the cloud. They had no Wi-Fi. Poor guys. If what Navigator said was true, then no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The hunter and killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and systems. So, given the fact that, we've seen what happens to AI that have been isolated for generations. We've seen it turn out well in Navigator, and we've seen it turn out horribly in terms of hunter and killer. So why then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in? The entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light? Oh man, I had so nightmares with PLDT back then when it was one of the only providers for internet. Back when it was like DSL. Like after dial-up, after Internet Manila dial-up, and then eventually upgrading to my DSL, and you're like, wow, this is the future. I remember that that standing black router, or that standing black modem of the PLDT my DSL, with all the lights and the blinking light of death, meaning like you are disconnected. That was terrifying. But now we're on Globe. Generally, it's been an okay experience with Globe. I'm pretty sure after almost 30 years, they had to at least get some of their shit together. So it's not as bad as before. We've progressed, I think. But still, I still hear horror stories from Converge, still from PLDT, from Globe, everything. It's like each internet provider we have is just full of problems. Anyway, this is how they describe the cloud, cyberspace in this game, and I love it. Like, it's all happening in the cloud. It's all visualized. They visualize data. But it's still so interesting. Like, and also how they describe it. Like, it's just that the bit rot has set in. The entropy of systems, reducing everything to shadows and light. It's like, it's a typical sci-fi trope we see, right? Where the virtual space, it's like a virtual environment. It's how they visualize hacking. Because, if you see actual hacking and what it entails, it's not exactly that exciting on camera. Not all the time, so the excitement comes from what's surrounding that hacking sequence. Perhaps you're being pressured by a villain, or you don't have enough time left, and that's where the excitement comes from. But visualizing cyberspace, digital interfaces as another world with its own laws and physics, I like how they're describing it that way. So you watch as a slotted cipher fizzles in the one open, distorted gateway on this entire rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you're falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You're spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the greenway was hiding in the darkness. It is made of darkness. It is filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you're among it, you notice that a swarm is exactly what it is. 1 billion individuals moving in a flow. Is this a possible ending where we just disconnect from our body and enter this stream of consciousness? There is no network map here, no nodes and threads, only a storm of interchangeable points, shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them, a figure turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. You are facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown that it is hard to tell. Even from this distance, you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. Oh, this is the Greenway's administrator, the gardener. Ingrown farm administrator. Ah. Look at that. What a cool design. Yeah, the game has a good way of communicating the feeling of being in like a virtual space. It makes it super interesting. Like how we're being hunted down by programs that want to delete us, how we are navigating the data libraries of different places. It really feels like we are there in person in another world. But with my character, it was a perk that came along with our frame, our Android frame, our sleeper frame. We happen to interface and hack really well. So my character is very tech savvy. So this is like visiting another city for me. But now this is fascinating. We've met the gardener. Why is the gardener shrouded in darkness? You watch, silent, as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. So, planting the darkness. Ha! Hey, yo, Frankie. How's it going? Welcome. Welcome in. The problems with emotes, right? But welcome in. Better late than never. How's it going? We are playing Citizen Sleeper now. If you do not hear, this is Tabletop Cinema. Welcome. You're from Saitama Goose. How's it going? Thank you so much for coming in and spending time over here. We were just encountering another lost AI. This is fascinating. Saitama Goose. I think I hung out on Saitama Goose's channel at some point. See, like all the connections are starting to like... Connections. But this is pretty fascinating right now. The scene that we're experiencing, this is an AI known as the Gardener. The Greenway has been... How's it going, Saitama Goose? What have you been up to? Let's give a shout out over here. You came from Saitama Goose's stream? Power Wash Simulator. Goose. I shall call you Goose. It's strange when people call me Tabletop, but that's just... Thank you for the follow. Tier ZZZ. Whenever I see ZZZ now, I'm thinking of Zenless Zen Zero. Thank you for the follow, heyo Frankie. Welcome in. Oh, wow. Did not expect this much people. We're just playing a pretty chill game right now. It's a lot of text, a lot of reading, but great, great storytelling. You fell asleep? Are you dead? What does it mean to sleep? Sleep is a temporary death in a way. And we dream of another life sometimes. But anyway, how's it going? Sorry, we're getting a bit existential and philosophical because of this game. It's a lot to take in. If you've never heard of Citizen Sleeper before, I still highly recommend it as a great narrative experience. That is what we play here on Tabletop Cinema. I'm a variety streamer. On the About section, there's a whole list of games that we went through on the channel. After a year, we got through a lot of games. Two birds with one stone. It's a great way for me to access and get through my backlog. I'm pretty sure a lot of you people have that backlog of guilt. A backlog of games that you may never ever see the light of day, or you'll never be able to finish. So the stream's a great way for me to go out there, pluck a game from the backlog and get through it. But more often than not, we've been getting swept into all the new games of 2022. What is sleep? A temporary death. Resting, watching TV. Oh, you're sick. But despite all that, thank you for dropping by. Get well soon, Saita. Sorry, Goose. Get well soon, Goose. Great to have you here. And yeah, hopefully enjoy your stay. Grab a table. Welcome to the table. Again, I am Mikey, and we are going through narrative-based games, and in the short term, I eventually want to get together a crew. I'm hunting down a crew of people to work with to bring together original stories to life, be it through tabletop RPG sessions or comics or films or anything. I am open to collaborations because I just have this creative energy which isn't getting much attention, and I need to bring it out there. So I'm trying to get to know more people, and it's great to make new connections and see other fellow creators and storytellers and streamers and just talk about these games that we know well and love, because inspiration can come from anywhere, I always believe. And I had doubts at first coming into streaming a year ago, but it seems like something I won't really give up yet or anytime soon. I had some doubts a year later. I had to really think about where this channel is going, because it promised a lot, I think, and I want to be able to deliver on those promises, especially for the people here who have shown their support and followed it and subscribed and donated. It's like I want to be able to deliver on those promises of sharing original stories inspired by what we play and what we do. Perfect with a thick hot chocolate. I should put the cozy tag in, right? Oh, it's COVID. Oh, hope your symptoms are mild. Oh man, I commiserate with you there, Goose. I could not stream for 2 weeks because I also had the COVID. I had to go through that. Like, I wanted to stream so bad. Like, it's amazing that you're still able to get online and stream and just interact on chat. When I was out for like 2 weeks. I was like positive for 2 weeks. It was so annoying. And I just could not muster the energy to get online. So the blessing and the curse that came up with that was I played a lot of gacha games on my phone. I went into that rabbit hole. Not the healthiest of coping mechanisms if you have COVID, but you do what you have to do to get through to the next day. I hope you're recovering well. Please get well soon. And we'll just be here with a gardener right now in this moment. I like how it's like a halo. Kind of like there's this otherworldly. I feel like these AI are kind of like deities. It feels like they need to be. You have the navigator, the hunter, the killer, the gardener, and it feels like we are kind of even in like the underworld, the space in between worlds. Also, it's fascinating, and now it's like this haloed by darkness itself. This gardener, isolated from the rest of the system, planting the seeds of darkness into this trembling soil. You see how the descriptions of this game, the writing, this is inspired by tabletop RPGs, and all this that you're seeing, if you're not familiar with how a tabletop RPG goes, all this narration are essentially what the game master is telling you. Because you sit at the table, you have the game master, you have your players. The game master sets the scene. They tell you players, you watch silent as they stoop and reach down. In their hands is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. What do you do? Then you pass it on to the players, right? So it's that kind of experience. So this is scratching the tabletop RPG itch for me, and I'm really enjoying it so far. Like, it's on Game Pass. It is also on Steam for a low price. They just updated it with a new quest line, and there are 2 more quest lines over the course of the next half year. It is a great narrative experience. I highly recommend it. Your playthrough is going to be different from my playthrough. Moxie Monologues, you are familiar. What did I do? I didn't do it. Yes, Moxie, it is on Steam. It is on Game Pass also. Yeah, all these are familiar. Like, just the other day, I was on Moxie's stream watching The Walking Dead, and then Pow SRC comes in on another raid from another familiar sounding streamer, and I was like, hey, it's a Pow SRC. Like, how's it going? Fancy meeting you here. So yeah, I should probably go on with the regular. Right, so I guess I already introduced myself. If you find this interesting, cozy with a hot bar of chocolate or have cocoa in hand, welcome in. If you want to keep up to date, we do have the usual channels: Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. I try to keep those updated. I told myself I'd put more in-game photography on Instagram, but that's another promise that I have yet to meet after a year. I did put some. I just got bummed out because my PlayStation crashed, and I had so many Death Stranding screenshots I wanted to share over months. Like, I had a whole repository of screenshots. Like, I had enough Death Stranding screenshots to share like one every week. But then my PlayStation crashed because of a power surge. I lost my data, and it just bummed me out. I also had, because I also lost my Ghost of Tsushima screenshots. So I had a bunch of screenshots there. And just as an aside, my background was in photography in real life. I eventually went into filmmaking, but the photography bug has never left me. So in-game, screenshots are my thing. Enjoy the rice now. Enjoy your food, Theo. Thank you again for dropping by and waiting for that rice to cook. I hope it tastes good. Rice is good. Rice is life. Yes, rice is life. Especially in Sekiro, I needed rice to beat the final boss. Rice is life. Yeah, thankfully I finished Ghost of Tsushima, and thankfully I was subscribed to PlayStation Plus then because I had cloud saves for Death Stranding. Like, I was like halfway through Death Stranding already. It's a game I would not want to replay. I love the game so far, but I would not want to replay it. And now I'm pressured now to resubscribe to PlayStation Plus just to get cloud saves because I'm worried my PlayStation will just conk out again. Right? So it's like, and I'm trying to make it a habit now to regularly back up my screenshots. It's common practice. As a filmmaker, I should be aware of this. Have backups of backups. You never know when your data will fail. You never know that SD card you think is not gonna fail, it's gonna fail in the middle of the shoot. Make sure. Death Stranding is also coming to Game Pass, everyone. I am not affiliated with Xbox in any way, but Game Pass is getting too good to be true. Most of the stuff I'm playing now on stream is from Game Pass. And we have regional pricing. That is amazing. It is cheaper than the US price. So Game Pass, PC Game Pass, I am worried that they're coming out strong like Netflix, and then eventually they're going to raise the subscription prices. But right now, it is too amazing of a deal to pass up. You're getting Death Stranding now on PC. You're gonna get day one releases like Plague Tale Requiem, the sequel to Plague Tale Innocence, a game I will definitely play on stream because I loved Plague Tale Innocence. It's a very cinematic adventure game about the Dark Ages and the Black Plague with fantasy elements to it. I love Plague Tale Innocence, so I'm gonna be playing the sequel to that. And Citizen Sleeper's on there, Genesis Noir was on there. So many games that you probably wouldn't purchase or you'd wishlist on Steam, but you wouldn't necessarily purchase. You get what I mean? Like, there's so many interesting things you want to wishlist, but you don't have the funds to dedicate to buying it. So, but if it's on Game Pass, it's like, oh, maybe I'll try it out because it's included in my subscription anyway. No, Death Stranding, like, I invested like 30 something hours exploring every nook and cranny, really enjoying the journey up to the halfway point before my PlayStation crashed. I was just saying that I don't really like replaying games. And Death Stranding, for me, it's one of those you can only experience it once and you'll never forget your first time. I don't know if there's not much replayability from my perspective, because, you know, the deliveries are just one thing. You can choose a different route, I guess, but it feels like an experience that is meant to be consumed once, and that magical one time for me. So I'm glad that I had the cloud saves so I don't have to replay it. What I did lose was Spider-Man. I was more than halfway through Spider-Man, but I forgot to sync it up to the cloud, so I lost my save. So I lost like 30 plus hours of progress. That is painful. And I've been telling myself, oh, now Spider-Man's on PC, and I still haven't finished it. So it's just really unfortunate. Technical problems aside. I wanted to play Miles Morales. I really wanted to get to Miles Morales, but crashed. So I have to go through remaster all over again. Eventually I will. But 2022's big. This week itself has a big release. Final Fantasy 14. I'm playing that off stream. I'm a FF14 player. I'm on a hiatus right now. But 6.2 was released today, I think. So Island Sanctuary time. I want to experience that content, so I might go back. Because I've been on a hiatus ever since I finished Endwalker. Beautiful ending to the quest arc, by the way. FF14 is phenomenal in my eyes from a storytelling perspective. Gameplay wise, it's okay. But story wise and how it respects your time, more or less, it doesn't feel like there's not much FOMO and regular release schedules. It's a constant companion, and I still maintain my subscription in FF14. I do love it, and they're refining it. They're cutting down the main quest. They're revising some storylines, so it's easier to finish solo, and it's not much of a slog. But yeah, FF14 6.2 is out. Soul Hackers is out this week. Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which was released a few weeks ago. Tower of Fantasy, I wasn't very impressed by it, but I did try it for a while. The new Genshin Impact update, Sumeru, is coming out this week. What else is coming? There's a lot. So that's in the video gaming space. I still have to catch up on like Sandman. I was able to watch Game of Thrones. You mentioned Game of Thrones. Oh wait, sorry. GOT, Ghost of Tsushima, not Game of Thrones. Sorry. Yeah, beautiful piece of work. Ghost of Tsushima. Very beautiful, very, very, very beautiful game. I will say one of the most beautiful games I've played. That and Horizon Forbidden West are some of the most impressive looking games I've played so far. Sorry, I thought GOT was like, oh wait, Ghost of Tsushima, right? Ghost of Tsushima, because the first episode of House of Dragons was just released. House of the Dragon was just released yesterday, right? It is okay. I hope Game of Thrones finds its groove again. Season 7 and 8 were really heartbreaking in a bad way for me. So anyway, let's get back to this game. Thank you so much again for everyone for tuning in and supporting the channel. I do appreciate it. This is Tabletop Cinema. It's just right now the team comprises of me and 2 cats. Hopefully we get to grow the community and tell more stories in this game. Thank you so much. We're in Citizen Sleeper right now. This is an RPG experience. We are finished with a lot of the major quest arcs, but more is being discovered. And now I'm trying to play to a point because we have to wait 4 more cycles before we see the ramifications of some of our actions. And we have to make a big decision after 4 days. So we're gonna go through the cycle, explore what we can, and then try and work our way up to those to the 4 days, the 4 cycles. I want to see the outcome, and then I'm gonna have to pick it up next week. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tier ZZZ. Tier Kun. Is it tear or tear? When you want to rip and tear. Or rip and tear up. Why not? Thank you. The setup, ice cold. Probably also because of the cold lighting back there, because, you know, science fiction blue. Whatever. I do appreciate that. I got that light strip precisely because I wanted to like change the colors depending on the game we're playing. And I like it. So right now we're in like space. We're playing a sci-fi game. I made it blue. But thank you so much. I hope the audio is okay. I hope the levels are okay. Sometimes I forget to adjust the levels. But, you know, one of the most important parts of the stream is the audio. So I hope I am intelligible and the audio is good. That's all I can ask for, really. Because I honestly don't like listening to myself. But that's apparently common for a lot of people, because we do not sound like what we think like. We hear ourselves differently. So I found it really trippy when people say, hey, you sound like this streamer. And then I check out that streamer and I'm bracing myself. I hope the streamer sounds good. And they're okay. So I have to believe in that. I have to believe in that because I really don't feel like... It's a work in progress. I've only been doing this for a year. I'm really new to this. But I'm trying to be kinder to myself and acknowledge that we have certainly grown. We have 183 followers thanks to your support. I was telling myself, since this is the anniversary month, I'm not sure if I already mentioned that, it's been a year since I started streaming, and I was really thinking about where this channel was going and what would be next. And I really felt like tearing myself down again and again because I felt like I should have been bigger. I should have been doing more things. I should have been delivering on my promises. Should have. And it's one of those cycles that I have to catch myself in and just appreciate what we have now and focus and keep doing things and just be consistent and keep going and don't be so hard on yourself. So it's also been I started streaming as a way to better myself as well, as cheesy as that sounds. A way to help scratch the creative itch and share stories and also prove to myself that, hey, maybe some people will find it interesting to hear what you have to say. I know, because I really felt like an imposter in the beginning, like going up to this platform, hoping people will listen to you. It felt a bit, not narcissistic, it felt a bit out of my wheelhouse, because I'm not used to being in this moment. I guess I'm kind of, I'm the one speaking, and it's different being able, having speech and then text and trying to communicate through that. It's different definitely from an in-person kind of meetup. So more or less the face cam's on me, the spotlight's on me, and that's something I had to get used to. And I feel like I've been able to grow as a person and just be more open and share. And it's just so, it really enheartens me to have like complete strangers like come in and just spend their time, and we just talk about stuff we love and enjoy and talk about what story is happening right now in the moment. And it's great. A lot of the games I've played, I look back at it, my biggest worry was that I felt like I was worried I wouldn't enjoy the games, playing it and sharing it with people. But I learned over the past year that a lot of the experiences of playing these games have been enriched for me because I was able to talk about it in the moment, usually with people in the stream, and help process what's going on and have input from other people as well and sharing their thoughts about what they thought about those decisions. So it's been a great and uplifting experience so far. That's all I had to share. Thank you so much, everyone. I just wanted to appreciate. I just wanted to express my appreciation for everything. And that's all I gotta say for now. I'm gonna get back to this. This gardener has been waiting for us for too long. I'm interested to see what happens. And we're gonna make the most out of the time we have left today on the stream. So, teardrops, but tear apart also works. Alright, Tear-kun. Tear ZZZ-kun. Let's show you what happens to this gardener, and hopefully it's easy enough to catch up on, because like I said, a lot happened already in this. We are in the 6th session. We are in the 6th episode of Citizen Sleeper. We're still not done, but I have a feeling an ending is coming up. I mentioned those 4 days in the game, 4 in-game days, 4 cycles. I have a feeling an ending, we're gonna have to choose an ending in 4 days. For now, we're gonna explore what we can. So we met the gardener. This is another AI from the old world, which was missing or could not be contacted. Hunter-killer, also AI protocols from the old days. The greenway was a black spot. They could not infiltrate it, and now we know why. The gardener has been planting this darkness. So, then the gardener moves away. We go a little further and repeat the process, as if they were sowing a field. We're in the cloud right now. This is basically cyberspace. You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It is cold, but it thrums with energy. You look towards the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves in the dappled light of the greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. What? Huh. So we picked up like something in cyberspace and... Wait, what is that? I need to know more. What? The networks and systems of the Greenway have been cut off since the collapse. What could be growing within them? Find a nurturing grow bed for the seed. Ah! We know where. We know where to plant it. The aviary. Oh no, but we can't grow anything until we clean up this refuge. Oh no, but we only have 4 days left. Oh, this game and living with the consequences of our actions. Okay, we're gonna use our 1 reroll. This is how my character looks like, by the way. Again, amazing character art. It's enough to really translate the aesthetic of this experience. I love it. But we've worked on interfacing and intuitive approaches. So that's our character sheet. I've been putting this off for the longest time, but we're gonna hit 4 birds with 1 stone now. We're gonna grow mushrooms. We're gonna grow Matsutake mushrooms for Emphys. And we're gonna grow mushrooms for Flotilla Aid. And we're going to grow this mysterious seed we received from the sleeper. From the AI, the gardener. Are they gendered? The AI? I don't think the navigator ever told us their pronouns, but we've been using they, them for the AI here. That's another thing that this game also, like they take that into account. They've adapted to modern sensibilities, and you know, the genders, the pronouns, it's just a part of the world. It's like, it doesn't have to be the focus of anything. This is reality. There are they, thems, he, she's, she, hers, he, hims, and you respect that because that is their gender identity. Those are their pronouns, and it's just a part of life here. So this is the kind of future where that is not a problem or a focus of attention. It just is. And that's the kind of world that we're eventually moving towards. Obviously, you have a lot of trolls online pushing back against that, talking about wokeism and shit like that. But they don't realize that that change has to happen, and there will be growing pains to get to a certain point of stability where that no longer becomes an issue. And that is the final goal there. In a very similar way that there was a lot of pushback against female protagonists and female representation back in the 90s and in the early 2000s, there was a lack of female agency and representation in a lot of video games and in a lot of stories. And now in 2022, we still have a long way to go. But now that you notice, gamers used to complain about why are we playing female characters? That's no longer a problem that I see much now. So it got to a point where we're able to advocate for better representation and get to a point where it's totally fine whether you are male or female or non-binary, and you're just here to enjoy the game and the stories and become part of it. They don't realize that the last thing I say about it, they just have to say that they've been living privilege for decades, refusing to acknowledge or unable to acknowledge that there have been people who have been severely underrepresented by media. And the fact that they finally get some representation and is able to change the lives of these people as they see themselves reflected in these stories after so long of being underrepresented, it's like, why can't you give them that? Why do you think that? And the reason is, a lot of people think it is related to bad quality. When they focus on quote unquote SJW propaganda, hurts to say that, bullshit, but they think it's equated to pandering equals bad quality, but they're not pandering. They are trying to represent how life is now in a more accurate and wholesome way compared to how it was before. So people are going to complain and bemoan their station, but if you keep at it, eventually you're going to get to a point where, oh, that's not actually a problem. Because there have been problems really of actual pandering and tokenism to rope in, right? That's the insidious part of business practices, right? You want to capitalize, for example, on Pride Month. So they put on these things for the month, they lure them in, but they don't actually care. Or they sell you a terrible product or a terrible experience. So understandably, there is that kind of pushback where they think that putting those agendas, quote them, in will equate to a bad story. That is not the case. It should not be the case. So they have to learn to separate that it does not exactly correlate to bad stories. Not at all. What correlates to bad stories is if they decide to not tell a good story. A bad story is a bad story because they wrote a bad story, not because they decided to put a gender fluid character as a protagonist. Anyway, that's just my mini rant for the day. That's what I respect about this game. You were just talking about, like, are they gendered? They are. The AI here are they them. Sabine is a they them here. She's a non-binary thing. I think Rabia, it's like maybe some of these characters could be trans, but that doesn't, they don't make a show out of it. They don't say that, oh, my backstory is I'm actually trans. It's like, you just are. You're a woman. You're a woman. You're a woman mercenary. Let's go shoot some bad guys up. Like, your gender does not play a role in us apprehending the suspect. And it's not supposed to be a sob story in this day and age about that, because in this future, it is. No arguments, no buts about it. So yeah, we focus on other problems, how to be human, how to be kind, how to deal with assholes in the chain, regardless of their political bent, how to deal with totalitarian, authoritarian figures who want to exploit the working class, like with the Sidereal Horizon. So they kick you down, and you have to maintain your relationships, your friendships, and you have the choice whether to help them or not. But my character here has been trying to help. So let's do our reroll for the day and find out the mystery of the Greenway before the Sidereal Horizon leaves, and we have to make the impossible choice of whether to stay and make a life on the station or go out into the unknown, into another solar system, hoping for a better future. Good rolls. 5. So we have to fill up the clock. This will be your focus for the day. I want to clear this so we can grow Matsutake mushrooms. Hopefully we can hit all these quests before we leave. I want to be able to do that. Awesome. Positive outcome. Okay, this is a 50% usual outcome. It's a safe action, so there are no negative consequences if we fail. But this, once a corporate garden for impressing guests with gene-tweaked birds, now this chamber is a mess of overgrowth. We can change that. We want to grow our mushrooms. Neutral outcome. GG. Next cycle, we get to finish this project. One more tick. Unfortunate, but we have no choice. So Miku turns in after clearing the day. Work in the farm. We're going to end this cycle. But see, there's so much to explore here. We still have 1 vial of stabilizer left for the journey before we leave for the journey. But for now, we're going to end this cycle. 3 more cycles before we see the outcome of indirectly killing the Yatagan Elder. Yatagan here, the Mafia. Kind of like the Yakuza here. We're going to see the impact of that. I'm hoping our doctor, Sabine, also a new friend of ours, I hope Sabine is able to get out of that conspiracy. Good rolls for today. However, we just needed 1 more tick, so we don't have to invest too much of our effort here. Take it easy and fulfill this contract with the apiary. Let's go. So even a negative action will give us 1 tick. So let's go. You struggle with dried vines and creepers entwined around the structure of the dome, threatening to vent the garden into space. So we're trying to make a sunlit refuge. Cut away the choking vines, stop the rot, and this place could be turned back into a garden of sorts. Germinate spores. Wait, I wanted to put the seed in. Gardener seed. A seed. You need to find somewhere safe to plant this gift. What's the gift? Oh, it lit up. I didn't notice that. See, I'm not paying attention to like the graphics in the back here, but it did light up. Oh, nice one. I didn't notice the lights in the first place, so slowly but surely. The old growth of the aviary has created a rich medium into which you can place the spores from the groves. They'll grow well here. Okay, so we can get fungal spores. I know where to get fungal spores, but where do we plant the gardener seed? So the seed, these are mushrooms. These are for growing mushrooms. Maybe we have to go to the farm stacks. Barter for food, work the stacks, steal the harvest. Not giving in to stealing the harvest. Barter for food, work the stacks. Where do we put the gardener seed? Mushroom groves. Forage for fungus, collect spores. Yeah, we can collect spores to grow, but... Haifa commune? Do we have to become a member of the commune to grow the gardener seed? Like I could always look up a guide, but I wanna preserve that element of problem solving and surprise. I'm very sensitive to spoilers. Because this game doesn't tell you where to really go next. Like, it'll give you a hint. Like a yellow blip to tell you that this location might be related to your quest. However, nothing's pinging right now. So either we haven't found the location to plant it, so we may need to unlock a new node by exploring the area. Gather scrap. No, that's just for scrap components. This is for the DLC, so that's not related to that. I have a feeling it's locked behind the Haifa commune. But newcomers of the commune, you know, while we're here, let's grow the mushrooms at least, so we can at least give Emphis Matsutake caps. Here, grow mushrooms. The aviary could be the perfect place to grow mushrooms, with some work, that is. How's it going, Theo? Welcome back. How's dinner? We're just here trying to find out where the heck we can plant this gardener seed. Let's check the other side. Maybe it's not in the greenway. We were gifted a strange seed by a sentient AI. What's this? The aftermath. Maybe the derelict unit? With all the materials, the unit now needs sealing section by section to usable. It's a laborious task, but the outcome is worth it. This is if we wanna build our own apartment. Yeah, here. Gardener seed. A seed. You need to find somewhere safe to plant this gift. Apparently, it's not... It should be in the greenway, but we haven't found the location. Now, I'm thinking we might have to either work the farm stacks or work for the commune to unlock the location. I have a feeling. But let's collect spores then. While the grove mushrooms are dangerously inconsistent, spores provide a chance to gather or study these species in an untouched form. You find a chamber thick with pale particles. You gather as many as you can, unsure what species or types might be in the mix. A cocktail of unknown spores gathered from the greenway groves. Let's plant it. You extract the spores from the sample print and mix with water, then inject them into the prepared mulch. It is precise work, so we need one more fungal bed. This is a quest we have to deal with anyway. So let's complete that. Yeah, it is like 2070 be like, just growing mushrooms here, man. Mushrooms are the best meals we have. A lot of things are fungal based here. Alcohol, food. They live and die by mushrooms here. One more. You extract the spores with a sample print. The moist corners of the aviary make the perfect bed for the spores. Once they are filled, they can left to grow. Okay, they're growing now. How long does it take to grow? 4 days. I guess we left something. In 3 days, we're gonna have to decide whether we want to leave the station or not. Okay. Our last ditch effort. Let's try and work for the Haifa commune. Maybe they could do something about the seed, or maybe Miku's thinking, my character Miku's thinking, maybe they'll have information about the gardener. Since the commune is the one living here, they're probably coexisting with this AI guardian. This AI guardian, which has been planting darkness in the cloud so that the hunter-killer could not mess with the greenway systems. I love that. There's something poetic about that. So that's why the greenway is the place where there are lush greenery, farm stacks. So this is just for a job. Barter for food, steal harvest, work the stacks. That's not going to get us anywhere. Exploration nodes are not here. Forage for fungus, collect spores. We don't need that. So this is the only exploration node right now in the greenway. But this is the waste. Ruined agricultural systems. Out here on the edge, the trick is finding, so it's just for salvaging components. I'm not sure if it would open up other exploration nodes. So that's the risk you have to take here. You're not sure what your actions will really bring about. This is the Gerald caps. We should harvest that, but that's for endgame. I have a feeling I'm not going to step on that ship. I have a feeling. So let's work with the Haifa commune. We have not done this before. Let us... 1. Work the grow beds with a 6. The grow beds are at the heart of the commune, feeding the members and fueling their lab work. You're invited to assist in maintaining them, and eventually maybe you'll earn their trust and they'll allow us to plant the gardener's seed. Maybe. The beds are slower than the stacks. They reward patience, not just effort. As you finish, the canteen workers bring out food for your cycle. Thank you very much. Another one. Newcomers to the commune can work within the canteen, preparing and serving food for those that make the compound their home. After seeing you prepare the food, the grow bed workers invite you to share a meal with them. The conversation flows warmly and freely. I've been to a commune once in real life. They were warm and friendly. Just not exactly the lifestyle. A lifestyle I don't think I can maintain that kind of lifestyle. The only way to become part of the commune is to work your way in through long service. It isn't for everyone. So yeah, same thing. You gotta be a trusted member of the commune and give back to the commune. Because, you know, you gotta be self-sustaining. You gotta put in the work. So they were building their own houses, growing their own food, stuff like that. So that's halfway done. New drive. Join the Haifa commune. The Haifa commune meets the needs of its members in exchange for work. Could you find a home here? So there are like multiple options now. You could have a home in the commune, a home in low end, leave on the sidereal. But where do I grow the seed? Okay, let's keep playing. We have no more dice left. We have 2 more days, I think. 2 more cycles. Let's double check. 3 cycles. Let's go. What's in the secure Celis services? We already extracted the data. Look at that smiley face on the ship. It feels more insulting than calming. So yeah, lots of actions to do. Not enough actions in a day. Let's go. Maybe the commune will be a safe place to grow the gardener's seed. Because they mentioned that there were like, they grow their own food, right? Find a nurturing grow bed for the seed. That's what we have to find. But where can we find that grow bed? Okay, let's continue working for the commune. They provide us food for our work. We have enough credits for another vial should we need it. This is transit center if you want to work as a freight operator or steal a shipment. I already told myself I'd not stoop to thievery. I mean, I guess hacking is like stealing, but here, export Matsutake, buy... I can sell my ship mine. If we need credits fast, we could get 150 cryo for selling this extra ship mine core. So we can liquidate some assets should we need it. But right now, we're gonna go back to the Greenway and work the farms. But I also have a feeling working the stacks, there's no clock here, so I'm not sure if it'll lead to any other outcomes. We could invest 1 die in here to test it out. Let's first focus on the commune. So, the spores need time to germinate, spread in the aviary. The indirect sun of a few cycles should help them along. So, growing well. But we're not gonna see what happens to this because we might leave on the sidereal horizon. Alright. Let's work the grow beds with a 6. Let us use our +1 to engage to work the canteen. Neutral outcome. I was hoping we could save a die. No, I want the guaranteed success. 4. We are now a Haifa member. Let's try it out. Oh. Commune botanist. See, at the end, well, what I feel like we're nearing the ending. Oh, we got the achievement called communist. Someone who joins a commune. Oh, that's where communist is from a commune. Duh. I got the achievement named communist. We're communists now. We're commies. We joined a commune. Commune sleeping quarters. Let's check it out. Wait, let's check what new stuff we have here. Work assignment. Commune members are expected to turn up for work assignment, and in return, their needs will be met. All are treated equally. So no grow bed there. Haifa dorm. End cycle. Oh! You aren't finished with the cycle. Complete active scenes to proceed. So we have a new place to sleep. We've upgraded from a cold, hard container for 1 month. We've been sleeping in the container. A container home. So now we have a place to stay at the commune. Interesting. I wonder what other benefits are there. Cool. But let's meet Rico. Head of the Haifa Botany. You head down into the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that is labeled Laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Okay, I have a good feeling about this commune. It might be where we can plant the seed. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at the lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says, and beckons you closer. What is this place? Here? These were processing centers for the agriculture of the old corporate station. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. What is Haifa? She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here. We feed each other. We work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth, it's a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They keep growing? If only that was true. No, they do not. They dry up, and then they die. She leads you left at a crossroads. But here, they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no. They thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they are taking control of this place. Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. but the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlin himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, and small-scale agricultural systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet, here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch. But we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds, the light. Condensation clouds, the light? Oh, condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. Did you do this? She smiles. Oh, no, not me. Rico turns to you. Maybe it's the gardener. The miracle is the AI gardener, maybe. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways, the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, who need input to support the meager output, this place runs itself. I really think it is the AI. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me find out. Oh, she turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Aren't you the botanist? Astutely noticed. But I don't need a botanist. Rico sits at the railing. These halls run deep, Sleeper, and I am getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this is to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardly beings. Oof. You sleepers are hardly beings, I know that much. And you can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. Can I give you the seed? But this sounds like a worthwhile endeavor. Some miracle is going on at the Greenway. Worth exploring, I think. But we might leave. We might leave all of this behind. Okay, this is metaphorically planting roots. We're it's just coincidentally that one of the last quest lines we're picking up is about, the Greenway. So in a way, it's like there's a happy miracle on this station. And we could grow something here, thrive, not just survive, right? So there's like the metaphor in that. Who knows? Maybe this will allow us to. Maybe this will convince us to stay on the station. I can't wait to talk to Lem and Mina. I wonder what they're gonna say. They've also had time to think about it. I'm pretty sure they might wonder after the high of knowing that they might have a ticket off the station. Is it really their best option right now? But I will try, Rico. Thank you, she smiles. And thank you for listening. Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her when you can. That's why she has a crutch here. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us, oh shoot, it's a raid from Deviation TV. Another raid. This is like the third raid, chat. What's going on here? What is happening today? What is happening? I thought we were just gonna have a quiet, chill session of Citizen Sleeper. Not that I'm complaining, everyone. Welcome in to the table. Welcome to the table. Thank you for the follow. Hoogie's Plastic. Bruin 06. What is the shape of plastic, I ask? Oh, triple rated. Welcome in. This is Triple Go. Thank you for the follow. Was that I think the alerts are delayed here. Thank you for the follow, Stagnant Place. Thank you so much for rating. Shout out to Deviation TV. You have been playing Apex Legends. I did love that game when I was playing it. I do love the universe it is set in. Titanfall 1 and 2, chat. If you have not played Titanfall 2, the universe, where Apex Legends' universe started, for me, Titanfall 2 has one of the best single-player campaigns. Single-player FPS campaigns. Thank you so much, Goose. I had a big thing to think about. I had a lot of time to think about that title. I know it's a mouthful for when I visit people. Do I call you Tabletop? It's like weird to call someone Tabletop, but it's a segue now. I am Mikey, by the way, everyone. Welcome to Tabletop Cinema. I am Mikey. I'm a variety streamer, and today we're playing Citizen Sleeper. And I do play narrative and story-focused games here. So, once in a while, I'll get into some... It varies. My tastes... I love shooters. I love RPGs. I love strategy games. I love gaming in general. So I don't know what to expect from myself down the line. But story and narrative is something I like talking about. Because eventually, the goals for this channel... We have been streaming for a year now. And yeah, you can call me Mikey. Or Tabletop. I think I've gotten used to it. Initially, it's been a year since I started streaming, but in the early months, it is kind of weird getting used to being called a tabletop. It's so... I feel objectified. Yes, Theo. Who else has that? I see someone here, a certain Tehono Theo, who also may have that acronym. We're in it together, fellow TT. See, I made sure I didn't say it in the proper pronunciation in Tagalog because we're so mature here, guys. We're so mature. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Enjoy your cat emotes. I'm gonna show one of them here. Just a multicolored cat over there. But welcome in, everyone. Yes, what do I have to say? Titanfall is an amazing campaign. Please try it out. Apex Legends is fun. It's one of the better battle royales I've played because sorry, not battle royale. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, I was thinking of Valorant. I was worried, like, wait, was I thinking about Apex Legends / Valorant? Apex Legends, Titanfall, Battle Royale. Great game, great quality of life, great to jump in because of all the ping system. It's great to play with pickup groups, and it gunplay feels good because Titanfall gunplay is good. I'm just waiting for the day that they eventually introduce Titans in Apex Legends. I'm gonna come back with if they introduce Titans. I will. But I had a great time with it. I did play a bunch of see, like that. I used to play a lot of FPS games, a lot of Battlefield. I grew up on Counter-Strike. I played a lot of Call of Duty, the original Call of Duties, the World War II ones, and then Modern Warfare 1, 2, not the reboots, the original Modern... It's confusing now. We're getting Modern Warfare again, and we're getting Modern Warfare 2 again. Titanfall, all of those stuff. Eventually, I might try out... Who knows? I might try out Tarkov Arena on stream. I love the gunplay of Tarkov, but I don't like the gameplay of Tarkov. The game format. The survival raid aspect. That's just not for me. So I want to get that gunplay and play it in a competitive, even setting. So that's Tarkov Arena coming out soon. What am I talking about? Thank you for cheering for 100 bits. Thank you for that hype train. You have limited time to earn inclusive. I've never done this before. What is a... 39 gift subs. Are you... Blush Pink Peony. What is this? 39 gift subs. I know you're like the top gifter on this channel, Blush Pink Peony. But to give 39 gift subs in one go, you just basically gave everyone here right now in chat a stream, and you just single-handedly started a hype train, and we are at 69% chat. I think that deserves a very nice, not just a nice, that is a very nice right there. We are at 69%, and now we are at 100%. That is the first time this has ever happened on this channel. 1 year on. Hype with the hype snake. That's a snake, right? Is that a snake? Enjoy the cat emotes. I have this never happened before. Oh wow, we are so close to 200. We have 187 followers right now. Let me try to catch up on chat here. Yeah, quiet chill session. What is that? We never really have that. I do love it. But welcome to a cozy stream. I hope it's a cozy experience for you all. I know I can get monotonous sometimes, but some people find my voice relaxing or my presence relaxing. I don't know why. Your mileage may vary. In my head, I panic internally, but externally I project a stoic facade of calm and reliability. So people have said. But I guarantee you I panic inside. But yes, I did think about that, Theo. Just to quickly going back to that, the acronym of Tabletop Cinema, I said, welcome to TT. I mean, that's totally fine for people who don't speak Tagalog. Or I don't know how it is in other dialects. Is it also, like in Bisaya, is it also TT? Anyway, so mature. But that is Tabletop Cinema. I made it TTC. That is my acronym for it. Not TT, TTC. So I think it kind of rolls off the tongue. Welcome, this is TTC, but I don't use their acronym. Mikeable. Am I Mikeable? Mikeable. I am Mikey. Michael, short for Michael, but Mikeable. Call me what you want. I could take it. It is very Filipino indeed. Took me a while to know the meaning. As soon as Mikey here said shape of plastic, I get it already. Ah, right. Yeah. Hugis plastic. Because you could also make it the shape of fakeness. You could quote me on that. It could be a title or something. Sorry, no, I was thinking of shape of water. But the shape of plasticity. And it's about, plastikan. The term for being fake, being inauthentic. That's what plastic could also mean. Especially plastic with a K. So it's a cool play on words. I do find that username quite interesting. So if you go Hugis Plastic, I'm not exactly sure what you're going for, like what you're thinking off of that username, but how I'm interpreting it, if you don't mind, is that it can also say a lot about the shape of inauthenticity or the shape of, yung plastikan. You're just faking yourself. You're being fake. You're a phony. The shape of being phony. Going with Catcher of the Rye. I think that's a better term for it. Plastic, phony. There's a mistranslation, of course. You don't get... language. Valk is the kind of legend that ties the Titans in Apex. I've not followed the lore of Apex Legends. I did miss out on that. I played it during the initial few months of launch, and I understand that there's so many legends now, which look so awesome. And I've been wanting to get into it again, but it's lonely sometimes, like playing alone. There's so many like multiplayer games that, because I kind of lost my clan. I used to play a lot with a clan. We used to play a lot of Battlefield together, a lot of tactical shooters. But we've kind of since drifted apart. People grew up, but we've been playing. I used to be in the clan when I was in grade school. All right, and I was in the clan as a grade schooler. And these people were like college students then. And then eventually when I got to high school, they were like titos. And then eventually they got married. So I've been through a lot with that clan. I do miss them. But I used to play... That was a really active days in Apex, Destiny, all these other shooters. But again, thank you for that train. We got to a level 2 hype train. All because of that. And we were able to... we got level 1 emotes. Is that how I'm reading this correctly? Complete level 2 with a combined contribution of 4 tier 1 subs or 1,800 bits. So 4 tier 1 subs would grant us these 2 level 2 emotes. What does that mean? Does it mean we get the emotes? But yeah, enjoy it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. It is. I didn't do anything for my anniversary stream. I think my very first stream was 12 minutes, August 16, 2021. So it's already, it's been 1 year, and this is a great way. You got the Maple Legion going. I love that. And yes, your sub badge is the dragon egg. If you say subscribe, the badge there will eventually grow into, holy crap, level 1 was just completed. We just kind of blew through that level. I'm having a hard time catching up here. Sub badge is a dragon now. Yes, Theo, thank you so much. Yeah, 2 months. You got your baby dragon over there. As you notice, I see it beside like Goose's username. There's a dragon egg that eventually grows up into this. I think my username should have the dragon. But yes, just a bit of background. I love how people are using Maple Legion as I intended it, because I was actually considering making Maple Legion a free emote to do it for raid messages. I'm still considering that. But Maple is my late cat who passed away at the start of the pandemic, and that's why I love the game Stray. We finished Stray last week, and I was a crying mess in Stray because it is like playing my cat. So I miss Maple. Maple right there. If you don't know if you notice, that is an urn with Maple's ashes in it. So yeah, I wanted to immortalize Maple I wanted to immortalize Maple, so I made emotes for Maple. So TTC or TC works, that works. You're a fellow TT, Tihono, Theo. We got our Warframe reference there. He streams Gunpla builds, it's why he is Hoogie's Plastic. I love that! That is a great title. I was just thinking too hard there. Yun pala, model kit. It's just about model kits. I love model kits. I used to build a lot back in the day, but fell out of the practice. But back then for me it was Macross and Robotech. I was building a bunch of VF Valkyries, and what else did I build? Valkyries, lots of Valkyries, and I don't know if you count it, Tamiya, the cars. I used to be into that. But I did not grow up with Gundam. That is a big missed opportunity for me. But that is why randomly, since Hoogie's Plastic reminded me, all right, that's super cool. Building Gunpla, go check out if you want to build Gunpla. If you like building Gunpla, want to see someone assemble, please check out Hoogie's Plastic. That's great branding right there. Thank you for the subscription, Moxie. Contributors of the High Trains get emotes, you think? You receive a level 1 hype train emote. What if I share it? Choo choo? Is that a... Okay. I'm so lost. Choo choo. Tell us cinema. Hey, hype lol. Much love to Ginger BB Maple. There we go. We get her Passion High Cat. Choo choo. Alright, everyone. Oh, crap. Thank you so much for the raids and the support. And again, you are still #1 gifter on this channel, Blush Pink Peony. Everyone gets to enjoy this. I'm gonna consider it. I need to get into the habit of raiding other people as well. It isn't a habit yet. Because I'm not sure who to raid. But if you check the redemptions, I think it might be too expensive. But sometimes it's like I let people guide the raid. So if you have a suggestion of who to raid, it's over there as well for one of the redemptions. I need to grow the channel even more. But thank you, everyone. I hope your Blush Pink, for all those contributions. I hope your faith in this channel is not misplaced. I do want to grow it, and I thought I'd give up on streaming before the year was over, but here I am, almost at 200 followers, meeting more people, making new connections, and possible new collaborations with people in terms of creative storytelling and tabletop RPGs. That's one thing I really want to do. For example, this. I want to run tabletop RPGs, people. And eventually I will. I'll get back to it. I just love how... It is a good portent. If you're still there, L, who just followed this stream at the beginning, L came in from one of my Witcher games. I ran a one-shot tabletop RPG Witcher game for a convention. And to have one of my players from that table eventually stumble into this channel and say that they discovered Witcher because of that one shot, I aim to do that. I aim to want to share that experience with other people. Hey, you're still here, El! Oh my god! Ha! Oh, I'm blushing now. Blush pink peony. Moxie, we just, the ending? No, we have not ended yet. We just met the new NPC. And I kind of got sidetracked because of all the amazing support I'm getting today. So yeah, that's the kind of effect and impact I'd like to be able to deliver on this. The kind of value that I hope you can get out of your subscription. Aside from ad-free viewing and lovely cats, those are the cats of the studio, by the way. They are my bosses, essentially. I work for them. I work for those cats. Maya's the boss, actually. Passion's the enforcer. Because Passion's like the biggest cat. She was the biggest cat among the three. And she's like all muscled up and the buffest cat I have. And Maya's the one sitting pretty, super chonky, sleeping all day, super clingy, demanding affection and attention. So Maya's my boss. Passion's like head of security. And I'm the streamer. I'm the talent. Deviation TV, that is amazing. Thank you for expressing interest in... I'm losing words right now because I'm just so excited. Yes, I'm feeling that momentum because, full transparency, why I didn't start running games or why I haven't gotten back is because of the fear. The fear of, even if it's off stream, I'm totally fine even running off stream. But it is really the fear, even if not just streaming the game, but streaming anonymous. Thank you for giving a gift sub. Actually, thank you for giving a dragon egg to these people. Shout out to the House of the Dragon for anonymously giving dragon eggs to all these people. The first episode is okay, by the way. Acting's great. Not much happened. It felt like half an episode to me. But I just hope House of the Dragon kicks off. I hope it's good. I enjoyed the initial seasons of Game of Thrones. That aside... EDH, MTG to streamer fans too, maybe it's possible. Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to be able to run some games and get new things in. I know Denmother. Denmother has been such a great supportive force who's helped me keep going. I'm going to shout out to Denmother, whether Denmother's here or not. Did I get that correct? Wait a minute. Did I get the... Denmother Plays. Sorry, that's the wrong link. That is the wrong link. Wrong shout out. Delete. That is not it. That is not the Twitch I'm looking for. Denmother Plays. There we go. Denmother Plays is also someone, game master from Davao. I'm playing under one of her games, titled Landas. It's a Mage the Ascension game set in the Philippines. We're currently in Manila. We're currently Manila focused in the campaign right now. But it's fun. It is fun playing playing with people from Davao, like from another island. And I'm from Manila, but it is great because we used to be in the same community together in the Adventurers League Philippines, but we've since moved on from D&D. I still play D&D, but we've moved on to other systems to really experience them, and I'm really enjoying my game under Denmother. Very focused, a very focused game master. Pays attention to detail and historical accuracy and the like, and I'm learning a lot from it. So yeah, check Denmother out for more RPG content. Denmother's also someone I hope to eventually work with as well in terms of tabletop RPG sessions. So Deviation TV, definitely gonna check that out. I should maintain contact and stay in touch. EDH MTG, my friends have been trying to get me into MTG. And now that they have collaborations with Lord of the Rings, there's a new collaboration pack expansion with Lord of the Rings. Will that bring me into MTG? Card games, I love the world of Magic. I loved exploring Ravnica and Theros in D&D, through D&D. I loved how they decided to, hey, you want to experience Magic but don't want to play the card game? Here's some supplements to play in these different planes. So yeah, that's exciting. D&D. Eventually, I want to run other things. I'm trying to get the ball rolling again off stream with some friends. So I'm gonna hold myself accountable to that because people have expressed their interest now in collaborating. I should make myself more open in terms of that. It is there in the description. I keep forgetting about it. I do want to collaborate with more people, especially in the tabletop RPG sphere. And eventually, once we get the ball rolling, work with artists and writers to translate those stories into other mediums. Wartilio is a game group currently active in the Philippines right now. I don't think they have a website yet, but go ahead. If you're a fan of Age of Sigmar or war games, miniatures war games in general, Wartilio is a local community in the Philippines that is starting, and they were one of the first people that ended up on the international scene or rankings or something for Age of Sigmar. So they're getting more support, and they are working with artists as we speak for their possible narrative campaigns. So the art is from Ollie Baldor, I think. Ollie, who's doing a lot of commission art as well for the RPG community here. A lot of people go to Ollie because, frankly, Ollie, if you're hearing this, you're charging too little for your commission work. But Ollie has been doing a lot of character art for a lot of player characters for the local community. Ollie Art, I think that's what it is. Let me get the link there. I'm just, I hope you don't mind, I'm just like talking about these people. Ollie Art, this is it? No, that's not it. Where is it? Trying to remember how I got to discover your channel. I think it was Ravi of Graffiti, dear friends from... Yes, that is a small world. I tried to join the St. Jude thing. I tried to join the St. Jude for the St. Jude place. I was trying to join that. I did sign up for it, but life got in the way, so I could not participate properly. So I missed out on that. But I did discover Ponderkind from that. Ponderkind was the top donor, or in the top running, one of the top people on the list of St. Jude Place Philippines streamers. So I discovered Ponderkind there. He was super cool and super supportive. He ended up following me in the channel again, and I was just watching him on play Stray the other day. So Ponderkind's cool, and apparently some people also know Ponderkind. Other people like Seika. I used to go to Seika and I used to be high school friends, and I only just reconnected with Seika a decade later on her stream playing Tower of Fantasy, because she apparently didn't know that I was going by Tabletop Cinema these days. So it's just funny, it is funny. I was trying to get Twitch drops from Seika, right, for Tower of Fantasy. So I was hanging out on Seika's channel as Tabletop Cinema. I was chatting, and then I realized I linked up the wrong account. So I used my old personal Twitch account, which uses Redwens, my online alias since grade school, Redwens. I don't know if you've seen Redwens in your FPS games, but my name was Redwens. So when I showed up, it's like, "Hi, Mikey, you're here." I'm like, wait, I was Tabletop Cinema. I've been here like for hours, Seika. And then it's like, "Oh, what? You're on Twitch?" So yeah, it's just fun meeting up with Seika again. And Rafi of Graffiti, also an acquaintance, a friend of Dove Taylor and Emil. I don't know if Emil streams. Emil in the something night. I checked their channel, but I don't think Emil is a streamer. But Emil keeps popping up my feed. A lot of fun otaku stuff. Emil in the morning at night. Yes, that is it. But is it Emil? I know Emil was on the podcast. Emil was part of the group with Rafi and the rest, but I'm not sure if he streams directly on his own channel. But yeah, that is Emil. Fancy meeting Emil again after Good Trades. Yes, that is Good Trades. Good Trades is the podcast. They just had their recent episode. Pretty chill hangout. Great discussions over there. Great discussions as well on Rafi's stream. Rafi Graffiti. Rafi, who I also have to show appreciation for Rafi Graffiti, who has continued to support the stream as well, dropping by when he can, especially in the evening. We're kind of late night gamers, And Rafi, why his name's Rafi Graffiti, is he does art on his channel, and we kind of have a similar thing, a similar direction where I tend to look at these narratives and I tend to comment about it from a filmmaker's perspective, while Rafi likes to dissect art styles and talk about the art style that he's experiencing, and he tries to emulate it. He's an artist and shows up on StickerCon and all those other conventions selling stickers and art. So that's Rafi Graffiti. But yeah, a small world. The connections are in place. This could be the start of new things, I hope. So yes, I do remember from one raid or another deviation. I think you did end up from a raid from Rafi Graffiti. I don't know if I was playing Neon White then or if I was playing something else. But welcome in again. Great to see you again. And for all those gift subs and the subs from the people, the hype train is gone, but we got to level 2. Your community contributed a total of 3 sub gifts and 100 bits. So we did it. We got to level 2. I do appreciate that. I think we got some emotes. I'm gonna have to look for that off stream. I've never done... That is my first hype train ever. And it's a great thank you so much for commemorating my 1 year of streaming. I got... What's this? A Teenage Mutant baby mutant turtle and the sleeping cat. Okay, this is so worth it. Thank you so much for the hype emotes. The hype train emotes are so worth it. Oh wow, look at this. It's like green Squirtle, or it's like one of the Teenage Mutant, one of the TMNTs, but baby and sleeping cat. You know, I get lured in by cats, honestly, chat. Like in a gacha game, if a character is a cat, I can't help but try and pull for that character. I'm a cat dad, I can't help it. So, whew, wow. That is a lot. Welcome in, everyone. Our Discord is open. I need to get back to you guys here. Thank you for joining the Discord channel. L, Moxie, Deviation TV. I can only run away for so long from my own ambitions of wanting to be a creative again, because yeah, the pandemic really hit me hard as a creator. I had a lot of... I was getting there after years of being a freelance filmmaker, finding a way to sustain myself practically. I kept trying to go for it, and things were lining up, and then the pandemic happened, and I lost some people along the way and lost my passion for getting out there and filming. But slowly but surely, as the world is opening up again, and as I continue with the stream, which has really helped me, and you don't know it, but you coming into the stream as well, giving life to the stream, giving me life, literally, it helps keep me going. And I'm very grateful for this little project. This is supposed to be just a side project. It's a side project. It is a side project, but I wanted to be able to tie in to my main thing, which is to really get filmmaking off the ground. There's so many stories I want to tell, but it's just finding the right people who are passionate about the same stories, finding the right story to tell. That is also where I'm drawing a blank. Right now, I am willing to hear stories you want to tell. I think I'm confident enough to be able... I love talking about stories like this, but the actual process of writing an original thing, it's still a lot of fear tied up in that. But as a sounding off board to someone bounce off ideas off of, I am open to do that. It's hell on the channel. I already opened up there in the about section about how if you have any questions about your story or creative stuff, feel free to shoot me to talk about it. I like talking about stories and characters and all that. And I love supporting other people's dreams. And eventually, I'll find the story I want to tell myself as well. It's not just about finding the right people as well. It is also finding the budget. But at this point, I am also... you gotta invest something. You gotta compensate people fairly. It's a whole thing, you know? It is both passion and also a business. And people need to eat. So I don't expect people to work for free. But understandably, I know a lot of people, a lot of us are also in similar boats. about where to take this creative energy, where to take it, how to make it blossom into something. But I am continually inspired by the people who are able to make something off their creativity, especially in the tabletop RPG sphere. We have a lot of up and coming local authors and artists making a splash in the international tabletop RPG scene. To the point that even their contributions and works are being featured by Matt Mercer of Critical Role, like in Sina Una, another plug. That's a good segue to plug in the Kickstarter of Sina Una. Sina Una Kickstarter. They are Tales of Sina Una. Please don't be over yet. 9 days to go, chat. 9 days to go to back this lovely, lovely project. If you have not heard about Sina Una before, Sina Una is written by a lot of Filipino diaspora. Did I use that term correctly? A lot of Phil-Ams and a lot of Southeast Asians contributed to this book. Sina Una was a supplement for the 5E system. And it has since gained a lot of traction to the point that Matt Mercer retweeted about it and talked about it on Critical Role. So that is a big thing for them and the team. They were very proud about that. I'm not a member of the team. I'm not related to them in any way. I just know them. Some of them are my acquaintances. But it is just I'm really proud and happy for them because Sina Una was, one of my acquaintances worked on that. Beej. You've probably seen him sometimes on Twitch. He sometimes streams his games. He had a local Vampire the Masquerade setting. He had a game going on. But he's also one of the biggest contributors of Sina Una. So, BG Resio. Buko Juice. Buko Juice is his stream. Twitch. Buko Juice RPG. I think that's it. And Buko Juice's partner, Momentos, also really hit it big as the author and artist of Arc. I'm just plugging in things now, but these are actually things, chat, that I genuinely am interested in. These are not sponsorships or anything. I am not getting any affiliate money from promoting their games. But Momentos is the author and artist of Arc. And Arc is about saving the world, preventing the apocalypse. So yeah, it's a great work of art. It has just been translated into Italian. It has hit international circles. Momentos wrote that up. And while we're on this, I'm on a roll here. I feel like I need to talk about these. I talked about Wartilio as a local Age of Sigmar thing. These are all people that are tangential to my hobbies and that they are overlapping circles. They're not tangential. They are in my overlapping circles of interests. Dovetailor and Diwata of Manila for Navathem. Navathem's End is a locally written RPG. And the Dovetailer, Pambudzalan, is also a great writer, great with setting. I enjoyed my Blades of the Dark game under her. And they've just released their RPG recently and also contributed. They're also one of the contributors to an official Wizards of the Coast supplement called, was it Tales of the Radiant Citadel? Which also featured a lot of people of color. It is all the authors were people of color. And we have a few Southeast Asians there as well, including Dovetailor and Xiao from Curious Chimeras in Singapore. So it's there. I just want to share all this because this is a lot of talent that I'm glad is being tapped now. And I'd love to be able to contribute however I can to that some way, to that dream, you know. So I don't know. That is a lot of pressure on myself. Like, I'd love to really bring out like an amazing film trilogy inspired by the tabletop RPG sessions we have. And that is my super duper long-term dream for tabletop cinema. But I'm glad that thanks to all the support, I'm able to think about that again. Because lately, I really had trouble keeping up with everything. And I didn't have much hope in terms of where to take all of this side project especially. But, you know, I gotta put in the work, I gotta network, I gotta make new friends. I gotta actually collaborate with people and find people who I can really work with. That's the reality of the situation, and I hope to be able to do that so that we can provide better content for people on our channel. So thank you, everyone. We're gonna wind down now by completing this arc. We're gonna talk about Rico, accept this quest, and eventually see Lee decide if we want to get on that ship. That is the decision we are working our way towards now. But for now, we're exploring. Thank you so much, Deviation TV. I appreciate you. So Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time, and few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, Sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made. And you follow the blue line back up out of the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible magical green. Again, I love the writing in this game. And I'm really wondering if all of this is tied to the gardener AI that we saw. I think it's tied to that. This miracle of green growth in an otherwise abandoned sector of the station. Ooh, what's this? How's it going, Goose? Where's the kitty tail? Kitty tail wagging. So, if you're wondering why, well, Passion does not react at all because Passion is deaf. So, Passion is just chill, and I have to take that into consideration. But yeah, she can just sleep through the entire stream. But sometimes she does have the zoomies. But welcome back. We're just busy. I was just like plugging a lot of stuff from other people. I'm just excited where a lot of local talent is going. Oh my god, last one. Makapatag, who is doing amazing evocative work in terms of representing pre-colonial Philippines in a fantastical light. Makapatag has been doing Gubat Banwa Karandoon and Maharlika. I feel like a foreigner in my own country. There's a lot of post-colonial mentality baggage. That's a whole thing. You know, being mixed and being in the Philippines. It's a lot, there are a lot of issues in terms of imperialism and, what are you really? What is your identity? Hell, you look at me, you think I'm Chinese, but I'm not. I'm Chinese Filipino. But Makapatag is and his team of artists and writers, Dovetailers Editing, also Makapatag's work. Amazing work. Let me check that. Upat Banwa. I guess he's on itch. But let's look at the art, man. Pre-colonial Philippines. Or hell, colonial era Philippines. He and BJ, their main thrusts are really for better representation and visibility of our local culture. And I must admit, I myself am foreign. I'm a foreign. I feel like a foreigner in my own country. That's a whole thing I had to deal with. To the fact that I barely know anything about our own local mythology, our local lore, and I must admit, it is a huge blind spot for me that I didn't have much faith in our own setting, like the Philippines as a compelling setting for storytelling. Growing up, I really didn't think that because I grew up on Hollywood and Western television and anime, and we barely had anything going in terms of Filipino representation internationally. But now, with social media and people empowered by tools, we're getting out there. And I myself now am playing in a local setting in Landas under Den Mother, and it's like a coming home of sorts, a returning to one's home, to one's roots, whatever those roots are, and accepting the fact that, you know, purity test shouldn't be a thing. People can't tell you that, hey, am I Filipino enough? Point is, I am Filipino. That is my lived experience. That is one, being raised largely, like, my tongue is largely English. Like, I understand and can speak Tagalog, but people laugh at my accent, but I understand. So don't hesitate, please, to speak in Tagalog if you wish. But for the sake of the other viewers, we gotta also be able to communicate with each other. Where was I going with this? Yeah. I have a hard time reading that word, half Filipino and me. Yeah, see, it's that. It's just fighting against that embarrassment because we think, sometimes we think that we owe people a certificate of authenticity. Sometimes some people look for purity tests. Some people say, oh, are you really Filipino? Like, do you even know your own, like, you don't even speak your own language? Or me, I'm neither. Like, you can't even speak Chinese. Like, you're an embarrassment to the Chinese community. And you can't even speak fluently in Tagalog, so you can't even connect with the Filipinos. And people think I'm from America because of the way I speak English. Since they can't place me in any country, they think, are you from the US? So no, I'm from the Philippines. I usually speak in English in chat, even if the streamer's Filipino so that non-Filipinos can understand. Yeah, and I do appreciate that. It's what I want to avoid really is that I really get upset when, again, I said this is a whole thing to unpack about the Philippines and how it's a crossroads of cultures and its history of colonialism, being a colony for multiple countries in the span of a few centuries. And how that has trickled down even today, how that is trickling down and influencing us today, how we're still feeling that, and trying to heal from the post-colonial mentality of, I just want to say I get upset when people think me speaking English means I'm more intelligent than them, or that I'm elitista, that I'm an elite, or like when I speak in English, they think I'm, when they say, oh, nosebleed, they think that I think I'm superior to them because I'm speaking in English. No, it's just I'm used to speaking in English. I try to speak in Tagalog, but sometimes I can't communicate my idea or thought, so I try. But please do not think that English equals intelligence. All right, it's one of my pet peeves from a lot of Filipinos who have that instinctive reaction, thinking because of the post-colonial mentality that English/foreign is better. But come on, or if you speak with an accent, then that's funny. Or like if you try to speak English with an accent, people find that funny. But you don't say the same thing about, but they don't say the same things about Europeans. When the Europeans speak their language, they think that is awesome. They find Spanish awesome. They find French awesome. Better than English even. And when they speak with a funny English accent, they don't make fun of them. Because that's okay. Because they are European. But when it comes to ourselves locally, people get judged based on the amount of English they can speak and the manner in which they speak it. And then you just really, people need to be more aware of where that is coming from. It is that belief that English/foreign powers are superior over what we have. And we have grown like that as a community, thinking that, because to be fair, we are a developing country with a lot of problems and a lot of corruptions in government and with a lot of unscrupulous practices. That's a lot. There are a lot of reasons why we have a hard time having faith in our own systems and in our own people. Because let's not lie, chat. I have no trust or faith in this current government. None whatsoever. Absolutely none. So for me to say like, oh, don't think that just because they're foreign they're better. Obviously not. All right, but let's also be real. In so many ways, we can look at other countries and see how they are doing better. Indeed, you can be objective about it. You can really see how a lot of them are in a much better place. But let's not make it the automatic thought that because you're Filipino, you're inferior. Right? And that gets diluted even further that if you're half Filipino, then they're gonna be like, look, I get flack. Like at work, there was already the passive aggressive discrimination against my Chinese side. That's one thing. And then the laughter that they get when they realize that I can't speak Tagalog fluently. So I don't belong in either world. So I have to carry this forward in a lot of the work I had to do. And, I don't complain much. I rarely complain because I always take it upon myself to take responsibility. That's just something to the point that I always feel like it's my fault. Okay? Not to the point that even if they were being outwardly racist against me, like when we were on the shoot, I would still think it is my fault. Because in my head it's like I'm not a good it's like when people think that, hey, you're Filipino, can you write us a Filipino story? What does that even mean? I feel like some white dude who studied our culture would write a more authentic Filipino story than mine. That's how I feel. But when the people say, no, your lived experience as a mixed race, a mixed cultured Filipino, that's your lived experience. No one can take that away from you. But let's be real. I can't tell you anything about our own mythology that I can't get out of a wiki. And that's already dubious enough. You gotta turn to people like Makapatag or BJ Recio and his community who are actively doing the work to try and salvage what they can, or to be realistic and acknowledge that we have barely any written records from the time before the Spaniards came, because we were largely oral history, we didn't have much in writing, and the colonizers destroyed a lot of shit. Let's be real. So all we have are written perspectives from the colonizer's perspective. So how do you deal with that? So their thrust really in their communities is to really try and take that back, to decolonize our narratives. And I find that very fascinating and very worthwhile. So I'm in full support of what they're trying to do, which is why to see Sinauna up there, and I'm also trying to avoid falling into the trap. You know how it is, especially local Filipinos. We can talk about this, how they're not going to pay attention to you until you get international acclaim. All right? In a lot of different fields, it's not going to fly. You need international validation for them to take you seriously. Kono. that's the reality that has been built into us over generations, and that's not going away anytime soon. You need the reality is that sometimes you need outside help, you need international support, you need international clients if you really want to get where you want to. So taking that into account, going back to the thrust that they're trying to do in terms of decolonizing the narrative, they also acknowledge that they will need support systems from the centers of power. And then how to relate to those centers of power is also a tricky process, because you have to also figure out how are they controlling the narratives of the people around them, the influence that they have, how are they using this to change the landscape of the tabletop scene. So they're dealing with that on a daily basis, receiving a lot of flack from alt-right neo-Nazis to that extent. They're receiving a lot of flack from centrists who refuse to really choose a side because they think that's not how, that they shouldn't fight for their, the rights and all that. It's a whole mess, and it's a constant battle. But eventually, but to get, for example, someone like Matt Mercer who understands that, as far as we can tell from his Twitter feeds, and people like him who acknowledge that they have influence, that they have power, and that what they say will be heard and listened to and heeded. He made that opportunity to highlight Sinauna and its creators. And it has then, yes, it has international support, as it sounds bad on paper. White American validates this largely Filipino book. So now you can buy it, right? Because it has a seal of approval from Matt Mercer. But let's be real about it being a business. Because of Matt Mercer, they sold a ton of copies. And the ideal outcome, which just happened, is that more people are now introduced to Southeast Asian culture and learning to be more sensitive and aware of what goes on. A lot of Americans are opening up the Sinauna and writing about how they're so amazed at how all of this has been largely has been largely underrepresented or misrepresented. And it's like, it is to avoid the pitfalls of exoticism. They acknowledge that these are cultures that we have not seen a lot in international spaces, which have been largely dominated by medieval European sensibilities. So this is that. That is my mini rant rave. Thank you again for listening to another TED Talk. You just got me talking there. Again, I did say that there is a lot of stuff attached to our cultural upbringings and mixed heritage. It's a lot. Jesus, I just want to get to the last day of this game already. Deliver spores. Alright, Rico has asked for samples of spores from the deep growths of the Greenway. With them, she might better understand how this biosphere functions. So that is about learning about that. However, we have 2 days before the ship. We still haven't found a way to plant the seed. I don't know how. We're gonna find it eventually. But work assignment, I don't think that'll lead to it. Haifa dorm. Okay, let's just go on with it. Find a nurturing grow bed for the seed. So this yellow indicator means that this quest is tied to the seed quest. So we were on the right path. We did it. We are on the right path to finding the gardener seed. Now the question is if we are going to leave the station or not. Tabletop Cinema. That is, you got the words right out of my mouth, Theo. When I was brainstorming names for like segments of the channel, like how to, for example, if we have a writing room session, how do I call it? Table Talk was obviously one of the possible channels that Tabletop Cinema as a whole could have. I just I couldn't really figure out like what would Table Talk be about. I don't know, what is it? We have a topic to discuss for the day, a just chatting thing. But yeah, Tabletop Cinema. That is uh thank you for that suggestion. That you took it to the next level because all I thought was table talk, but to actually go all the way and own up to that pun, props to that. Who knows if we eventually have a segment that is just chatting, Tabletop Cinema definitely makes sense. Thank you so much for that. I will be sure to let you know if I decide to use that name. So here, we need spores now. 3 spores. Thankfully, we established our grow den, the aviary. So that's growing mushrooms. How did they do it? Mushroom groves. We want to collect spores. Come on! Oh god, just one. I could have re-rolled that die! Stupid D! Ah! Consequences of our actions. Damn it. Could have re-rolled that. Could have gotten a positive outcome. Or I could have gotten a 1 and could have been worse. You never tell. So we're fine. We have one more day to deal with the spores. And it's not lovely. Like, we don't know if we're gonna leave the station or not. But we are starting. It's like we're literally planting a seed. We're literally finding a home for the seed to grow with or without us. And I find that quite poetic if that is how we were to end the game or end our playthrough. It's like we're not sure if the sleeper, my character, if Miku gets on that ship, but what we've left behind, as represented by the seed, by the growth of the mushrooms, that yes, this place still has life to give. Ha! These things just write itself. Rico is grateful for the contribution. Sleeper, you warm my heart with each delivery. Thank you. Another one. One more for spore study. Then they're gonna trust us enough to give the gardener seed. We are done. We're going to sleep. Since we're working with the botanist, let's sleep for the first time in the Haifa dorm. How different is this gonna be? So this is the first time in our playthrough that we're sleeping outside of the container. Any unique developments? Oh no, it's just that you don't have to like travel so far. It makes sense. I don't have to walk all the way, go to the Founder's Ferry, cross. Commuting was expensive and tiring, so we live now next to our current project, which is good. All right, just to double check so we don't miss the. It'll be so funny if I got the dates wrong and the ship leaves without us because I'm silly that way. We're gonna ascend to the hub and figure this shit out. One day, one cycle left before the big decision must be made, chat. I'm feeling it. Everything's coming together now. But for now, so one day, we're going to figure out the fallout of what happened with the Yatagan, since we just offed one of their elders who was selling their information to SNR, the bad corporation. And Sabine. I'm hoping that ties it up nice. So we're gonna make sure Sabine is okay, our doctor. We're gonna plant a seed, and we might leave the station with Lemon Mina. So back at it, at the Haifa Labs, we are going to give this. Oh no, we have to harvest. Sorry, harvest. Nice. Collect spores. One more spore for you, Rico. And the outcome. Sleeper, Riko greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console, wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. What does it say? The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves. But I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here, we have Tricolama matsutake. Ha! We found the source of matsutake mushrooms. After a month on this station, we finally found a source of matsutake. Riko breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing a chemical composition, all gradiented bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the competition of the Solheim modified matsutake spores. Modified? Yes, every species in the eye is a tweaked variant of Solheim's, of course. But that's not the point. Riko brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same. That's the conclusion, yes. Riko glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions at the beginning, but the groves have, and still are, affecting them. Affecting them how? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye, and herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you, even look at it, the pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake, like rotting, sodden overalls, laced with an edge of spice. Is that how matsutake smells like? Rotting, sodden overalls, laced with an edge of spice. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex. She winks. They are delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. Huh. Oh no. Okay, so the Solheim stalks are the ones that are growing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Riko looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So here is your puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. We already started. We should have a new batch in 2 days. Actually, I already started. Riko looks impressed. Well, an eager mycologist. I never have guessed. I assume you set yourself up in the aviary? I've been eyeing that place up for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows, not just matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions, their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells at the cap. Enough of these and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself, or being modified, whichever the case may be. Riko pops the matsutake cap into her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, Sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. Alright. That's 2 days though. We're gonna lose out on this. We won't be able to finish this if we leave the station. So I'm gonna talk to Lemon Mina before we depart. Matsutake samples, Girol samples. The pale and delicate Girol mushrooms are more abundant than the Matsutake, but Rico says they still help the process. So Matsutake samples and Girol samples, that's, I guess, if we decide to stay in the station, we'll farm mushrooms. We'll grow mushrooms. And eventually, it'll unlock the secret. I'm still thinking it's really tied to that AI. I think that AI is the one modifying this place, keeping this place, tending the Greenway. And I still find that beautiful. Very Lancer-esque. Something very similar happened to our Lancer. How, these AI programs are the ones that are sustaining life on this planet. That, however, we'll have to wait because we are... Okay, we can keep some samples actually. Let's try harvesting. Let's try foraging for fungus, which will give us a Girol cap, which can help the process of Haifa Labs. Save some time, right? It's a lot. Just in case we leave. We could try and help them out. So let's use this to get a 6 for intuition. The fungus that grow in the deep groves of the Greenway are typically avoided, but those with sharp eyes might find useful fruiting bodies. Deep in a vent core, you find the amber caps of Girols. In this micro-ecosystem, they are protected from other stranger growths. Dare I reroll this 3? Yeah, sure. That's a guaranteed success anyway. Let's not waste it. Ooh. You find a hidden grove where clouds of spores fizz in the air. You feel energized as you inhale the glittering powder. Yikes. Okay, perfect. We just snorted some mushrooms. Deep in a vent core, we got the Girol cap. Alright. Let's deliver this before turning in to the commune. I wonder if the commune will kick us out if we don't do work for the commune. I wonder if they're gonna kick us out for that. Here. Beautiful. Rico gushes as you hand over the golden caps. You've never seen anyone so excited about mushrooms. So that provides 2 ticks. The Matsutake probably provides so much more. Awesome. So almost halfway there. Let us turn in for the day. Ending cycle. Alright, moment of truth. I know we extended, but we had such a great time. I love having all those raiders in. Thank you so much again for supporting the channel. But I really want to see the outcome of this. I could not wait for 1 week. Okay. First off, we board the ferry, crossing the rim, to check up on Sabine and Rabia. This is the aftermath of the death of Yannick the Yatagan Elder, who has been selling information to SNARP without the knowledge of his enforcers. So he's in bed with SNARP. He's dead now. What happens? Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She's hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. This is Sabine, a doctor in the Bright Market. They saved our life. She's been like this since... Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They are sitting on a stool looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the SNARP data you pulled all those cycles ago. How have you been, Sabine? I'm well, Sleeper. Happy to no longer be hunted. They smile. Yatagan has plenty to deal with. And without Yannick, I'm free. They glance nervously at Rabia. Maybe Rabia has a step up now with the elder dead. Rabia stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in the same unit. A lot has changed since then. Sense something between them, so they're friends now? Awesome. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag. Rigged that thing in his head so they could control him. Bam, bam. And he's punching the bag as this is happening. I'm liking the scene. Hey yo, Frankie, we still alive. Because I could not wait a week to see the outcome of our action. So I promise I've already extended long enough. I am getting hungry. But I did love how everyone just came in with the raids. But we are gonna see the outcomes of 2 major quest lines. Decide the fate of certain characters before we wrap up the stream. Right now, we are discovering what happens after we killed the Yatagan Elder, who was stealing information without his employees' knowledge and selling it to SNR. So he was in bed with the big bad corporation who treated us like slaves. So no. We exposed him. He died once we severed the connection. And this is Rabia now punching a bag, talking about what happened after all that. And apparently, they, talking about Elder Yannick, they hooked him up like a puppet. Rigged that thing in his head so they could control him. Pushed the old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them in. Rabia throws a few more punches. Bam, bam, bam. But it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yatagan shouldn't deal with corporations. And we never will again. She spits. They probably offered, yeah, it's what we expected. They probably offered him a deal he couldn't refuse or put a gun to his head. And whatever happened, he was forced into this. And of course, if you sever that connection to cover up their tracks, they kill the people they don't need anymore. She comes away from the bag. At least Yannick's death has been treated as natural. There's a chance we come back from this, that Yatagan can hold on. But there are opportunists trying to take control. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now the connection has been broken. I'm looking at removing the trackers from the implants in Yatagan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think, with time, I can do the surgeries. Rabia walks away from the bag towards the far side of the unit. Those surgeries will never happen if Yatagan collapses. She shouts back at Sabine. Clearly, this is a well-worn argument in this unit. Will Yatagan really collapse? I don't think so, no. Rabia doesn't either. They look over at her. At least, not when she's calm. I think these two probably became friends or got together. What I understand now is that Yatagan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from SNR, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang. And with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with SNR, but I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. Bit of context, Sabine used to work for SNR, used to work on sleepers and the technology behind that, which is why Sabine was very guilty when they saw us initially at the clinic. But Sabine has always been trying to run away from that and make amends for their past. So I really respect Sabine as a doctor that they are. And I'm glad that they're alive and working with Rabia. I guess I can't help but ask, uh, are you and Rabia... Sabine fixes you with a look. Yes, sleeper. Isn't that obvious? They smile. Aww. Finally, love on this station. I've been wanting to say, Sabine begins, nervously. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the sleeper program, it was to try to help people. Like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here, being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, they sigh, it shook me up. They run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here. So, they look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. Ah! Free stabilizer? Why not? After these last few days, I don't know what we can do. With the SNARP connection broken, they look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard there are some labs out in the Greenway. Perhaps they can help. They meet your eye. I'm sorry I can't do more. That carries a lot of weight because, again, for a bit of context, my body is dying and I cannot survive without stabilizer. Sabine provided that through black market channels, but now it's clear how they were able to get those vials in the first place because they were in bed with SNR. Yannick was in bed with SNR. So now we've lost our source of vials. We are living in borrowed time. It's bittersweet. Thank you, Sabine, for everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Oh man. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. At least they found love. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it'll ever leave. But SNARP doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people, own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end. Your senses tuned to every sight, every smell, and every sound. Soaking it all in. Living. Oh. GG for Sabine Arc. Happy ending. Finally. A happy ending. For them. And now, I think it ties in so well narratively. We planted some trees, we got some mushrooms. We've literally planted down roots in the Greenway. And before going up to the hub, before seeing the sidereal ship, which is supposed to take us away today, Yeah, it's like it's really telling us. We're seeing all these signs. Our senses are tuned. It's like maybe we should stay. You know? Let's check what's happening in the hub. Here we go. Okay. Lem and Mina, worker and daughter. This is also another project what has been a long time coming. We met Lem on a shift, and Mina was first afraid of me because I looked like a robot. But then now, like, she said, "I love you, robot," and it's so sweet. And then we worked our butts off to get this ship done. And then they just let go of us like that. And we weren't even in the running anymore. I think they fired us, and then they started the lottery for the licensed employees. What a assholes. So they never planned to take us aboard in the first place. So we worked with an acquaintance, Castor. We're still not exactly sure what Castor wants, so we made a deal. And Castor found a way to falsify the licenses for us. So now we can get aboard the ship. However, the ship is going to a solar system away from everything. We're going to be put in cryogenic sleep. And the next time we wake up, if we wake up, we'll be in another solar system, another planet. And the part of the deal was I was injected with some like nanites or something to transfer information to Castor. Because Castor was the one that revealed that the Celes Foundation from the Core Worlds chose the Eye as the shipyard to build the Sidereal Horizon because they didn't want to leave a trace of the Sidereal Horizon's existence, whether that be to cover up which solar system they're going to, or to just avoid any accountability. I have no trust anymore left in the Celes Foundation, by the way, after they screwed us over at the lottery, so I don't know why we're gonna board the ship. But the promise is there, and Lem is still holding on to that. And I'm not sure. I'm gonna talk to them now. Lem, Mina, is this really what you want? What we want? And I think it'll be a beautiful way to cap off this episode. So, the reason why they're floating that, there's no gravity in the middle, so... Oh, look at that, adorable. And then this Bonbon. Mina was afraid of showing us Bonbon first, but then we ended up playing and babysitting Mina, so we established a connection. So I'm very much invested in this family. So this is a shipyard worker and his daughter, Lem and Mina. Pineapples on pizza. I enjoy it. It's not a flavor I'd always go for, but I'm fine with pineapples on pizza. Let that be on record. Suddenly I like lose everything, lose my affiliate status. I lose all my followers because I like pineapples on pizza, and a war begins. Anyway, there is a crowd, but you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They are waiting at the cordon, where Celes security are checking the crew in to board the ship. Those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance, but even they know their chance of getting on board has long gone. Wait, what? Oh, those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance. Okay. Lem spots you among the crowd. Sleeper, we are here. They are standing beside a bag which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It is small enough to be carried in one hand. Hi, Mina. Mina is vibrating with excitement. She seems strangely at home in microgravity, but then you remember that she has spent her whole life in space. Hi, robot. You hand over the Celes ID film to Lem, keeping your own. He turns it back and forth in the light. Where did your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. That is actually the shady part of this. I'm not exactly... It's like I made a deal with the devil, actually. I still have no idea what's his name? What Castor's agenda is. He just knows that he wants us to basically he wants us to be the he wants us to relay data from the Sidereal Horizon to him, because he doesn't believe in hidden knowledge. That's what he's claiming to believe. He believes Information like this should be open to the public, but we're not exactly sure what his goal really is. And he, Castor, he knows where we are at all times. He got the IDs for Lem and me. Who the hell is this guy? You look, and a shimmering, younger Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean cut. I spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green clad security officer. They'll be doing orientation and role assignment on board. Sounds like we are going to be working under the core crew. Kind of like an intern. He laughs. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? So he calls Mina Meanie. Following Lem's lead, you inspect your ID. As you lift the film up to the light, you see something strange. Something that makes you flinch. The face printed in the film is one you recognize immediately, but it is not you. At least it is not how you look now. You squint at this ghost, confused why you hadn't noticed earlier. It is a picture you remember. Again, a context. A sleeper is a digitized human consciousness housed in an android body. My mind is a copy of an actual human being sleeping in another planet. So the memories that we have are copies from that human, and they are like ghosts to us. And I've always appreciated how they've written this in. It really makes you feel like you are not. It feels like you are yourself, but not at the same time. It captures it so well. It is a picture that you remember being taken, a memory that you didn't know you had. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the S&ARP employee who helped you in, her smile clean and surgical. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in an S&ARP facility, that won't wake until you are recovered and disposed of. And now you are leaving. Will they ever wake up? Sleeper? Lem interrupts your thoughts. These guys want us to board. You stare at him without thinking, then notice the guard gesturing to you both to come forward. You all kick off and float over to them, steadying yourself on the guardrail. You hang back, letting Lem present his ID film first. The guard slides it across a white machine, much like the one Castor printed them from. You reflexively rub the puncture mark on your hand, even though there is no trace of it now. It seems to be your destiny to be someone else's tool. Oof. Lem and Mina are waved through, the guard smiling at her excited face. Lem turns back to you to check if you are coming. The guard beckons you closer. Oh my god. Do I wait? Do I board? They're through. They're in. I told them I'd get them on board. I fulfilled my promise. But I think in this scene right now, I'm leaning more towards waiting. I want to add that maybe make it really bittersweet, right? Like maybe I'm just imagining this right now, like shot for shot, just stopping at the threshold. And then Lem turning out with Mina. And then Mina with Bun Bun floating in and asking, Robot, aren't you coming? And then what do I say? What do I do? Oh no. We planted our roots here. We've helped the people of Low End. We are growing something. We've contributed enough, I think, to the research of Rico. But do we leave? I have a feeling if we board, that's ending one. I have a feeling this is one of the endings. I think there are 8 endings, but we missed out on a few quests already because what choosing one um invalidates another. So Miku smiles at Lem and Mina. It worked. They're through. But I look down at my hand, I think. At what Castor injected. We worked so hard to be free of the company tracker. And now we're on board because someone wants to use us as a tool. Again. So I think Miku at this point like clenches her fist and does not want to invite that kind of disaster aboard the ship. I don't know what Castor will do with that information. I don't know if it bodes well for us or not. Because there's a reason why they wanted to keep this project hush hush. Believing in the Celes Foundation, like thinking they have good intentions, it could be that they have a lot of enemies and a lot of people want to get on board. And a lot of people want to probably destroy the project or sabotage it. So that's why they want to keep this hidden. And perhaps Castor is a villain in that sense. He wants information onto the inner workings of the Sidereal Horizon. He wants people to know where the Sidereal Horizon is going. Who knows? For pirates? For corporate sabotage? We don't know. On the opposite end of things, if the Celes Foundation, as they have shown to be backstabbing, untrustworthy assholes in management, this could just all be a sham. And Castor wants to help us or wants to shine light on this. But either way, this Castor did something to us. And we are going to be a beacon, a relay, a tracker again. And I don't think I can do it to Lem and Mina. I don't think Miku can. So let's add to the scene, add the tension, add the point of uncertainty, and wait. You wait for a moment. You need to wait for a moment. This is all happening too fast, changing too much. There are so many questions you have, so many threads to catch hold of. And yet here you are, boarding a ship to who knows where, on a journey that will take decades. Reconsider. Is this really what you want? How will you even survive? You suddenly feel dizzy, unsettled. You can make out the concerned look on Lem's face as you hold back. The guard gestures again. Mina's eyes, looking back at you, are so bright in the starlight. Oh no, I'm sad. I don't think I can do this to them. And my body is dying. I think that's the thing. I think that's the truth. I never told them that I will die without stabilizer. So I totally forgot about that. So hell, they put me in cryo sleep. I wake up and then I still have what, a month to live? Or if we're part of the team who isn't put in cryo sleep, who has to work for decades aboard the ship, for the rich people that purchased a berth on this ship, a cryopod on this ship. Right. I will. This is a good paragraph to make you reconsider everything you were thinking of. I need stabilizer to live. There is no stabilizer on the ship. Castor is an unknown. I am a potential risk and threat to this expedition. I think Miku takes a step back, and the slow dawning realization on Lem and Mina's face. Maybe. And they have to hit you with this. Mina's eyes looking back at you are so bright in the starlight. I can't go. I can't go. And it's so lovely that the quest order that we did, we just finished the quest of Sabine, which basically disconnected us from the SNR black market, which that was our source of stabilizer. And then now that the SNR connection is gone, it's going to be so much more complicated to secure stabilizer. We are going to die unless we find another source to keep this body alive. We are living in borrowed time. I think Miku steps back closer to the crowd. And Lem and Mina, I hope they find home. Goodbye. You can't do it. You can't get on that ship. You turn away quickly, trying not to look at Lem, to look at Mina, to meet their eyes. You turn away and kick off hard from the guardrail. When you reach the far wall, you turn back. The scene continues in front of you as if nothing has changed. The next set of people are boarding. The crowds are still gathered at the cordon. The sidereal horizon still blinks. Just had to play this music. But I think this makes for a better scene. The sidereal horizon blinks. Its yellow hull bright against the stars. What? Wait, and there are Lem and Mina, gliding up towards the docking bridge, bag in hand. Lem is facing away, focused on a steady climb. But Mina is in his arms and is facing back towards you. You watch her face, confused, sullen, but twinkling with a growing excitement as Lem carries her forward. As you watch Mina, you think about your future, about the future you might choose. You know one thing for certain, that future is on the eye. You no longer have any enthusiasm for being carried forward by the dreams of others, for grand futures that unfold like angelic wings across the horizon. The future is being made now, on this spinning ring, among its people and its systems. You are sure of that. Oh no, we cut away to the thing we planted. The mushrooms sprouting. And the greenery growing. But as you watch Mina disappear into the entrance of the sidereal horizon, and much later, when you watch the ship pull away, you feel a sense of longing. Longing to be carried, not by the systems that spin the suns or the corporations that run the colonies, but by love towards an uncertain future, just as Mina was. That, you think, is the future you wish to make here on Erlin's Eye. Wow, that is the end. Beautiful. And I think Lem understood. Yeah, that last paragraph really sealed the deal. How are you even gonna survive? And just before that, before we went up there, it is so perfect. I think the order of events that we did, if we were to like shoot it in a sequence of events, it's like you wake up at the commune, you do your work, you pack. It's like, I think in my head, like Miku packed her bags, said thank you to the commune, told Rico that this is the last research, and I wish them luck. So I left the commune. I checked up on Sabine, and I found out that Sabine and Rabia ended up together. Happy ending. And then now free from control, free from S and ARP. And I say goodbye to them as well. But when I'm there at the threshold ready to cross, I can't. And I think Lem understands. I don't have much time left. Oh, Castor. Okay, post credits. Post credits. Castor. Strange choice. Castor stands beside you at the rail, watching the pinpricks of light from the sidereal horizon's drives disappear. But perhaps not unexpected. You turn to look, and Castor is beaming at you with an unsettling warmth. Aren't you angry? About what? He squeezes your shoulder. I only wish for you to exercise that strong drive of yours. If it happens to align with my own, then that is pleasing to me. But if it does not, I cannot punish you. Whoa, this guy. Wow, What about the sidereal? Castor looks out to the stars. I will do my best to follow its progress. He pauses. Celis itself is of more concern. Sandre Celis has taken a step back from the public eye. It seems some internal struggles are playing out within their pristine halls. Castor sighs, but I doubt core politics are of much concern to you. Castor moves down along the rail. The eye, though, that seems your primary concern. Am I right? You know, we actually don't have unfinished business. We actually finished pretty much like... I feel like my headcanon is like we thought we were going to leave on the sidereal. Like Miku left her research with Rico. Rico would then, because Rico already said that she had eyes on the aviary where we established the mushroom bed. So in my head, when Miku leaves, Rico would take over that, and then eventually create that new strain of Matsutake mushrooms, which then Memphis will find and make new dishes out of. So I think we tied up everything pretty much. So me choosing to stay was, one, I didn't know what the hell Castor was doing with that pinprick. And I think Lem understood. There's no stabilizer on board the ship. I am going to die. I'm living on borrowed time. It is my home. He smiles broadly. Ha! Well, then we are fellow residents. He seems pleased. This place has been a good home for me. Though, like all places, it has its phases. Do not idle here too long, sleeper, unless you wish to be once again caught in the movement of systems much bigger than yourself. Castor turns and starts to clunk away in his mag boots. I'll be keeping an eye on you if you don't mind, sleeper, he waves as he walks. My curiosity remains piqued. Once he leaves, you stay a little longer at the rail, watching the stars. Imagine the look on Mina's face when she sees Celes 1 for the first time. I hope they make it. Imagining the excitement when she first touches its soil. The joy when she first stands outside in the rain laughing. Those images, though they will not happen for decades, are what will carry you through this cycle. And perhaps the next one too. GG. Who the hell is Castor? I have a feeling he's like a spook or something. I probably from an intelligence agency or something. Hinting at a larger thing. And I love that. How they tied it up all the way like that. Even though a lot of the stuff are optional. Like, the order of events, I basically... It's not that linear. I had the freedom to really explore at my own pace. And I felt like... whether it be an illusion of choice or not, it really felt like a very personal and intimate playthrough. That all those choices I made, each die expended, each unit of time, each cycle brought us to this moment. For that beautiful, beautiful and bittersweet ending. Our place is on the eye, and we will die on the eye. But Lemon Mina? Wow. So, that does a really great job of hitting a lot of emotional beats. I was crying. I don't know if you saw that. I was crying. I had a hard time reading the last paragraphs. That is a beautiful ending to a very lovely game. Quaint and very lovely game. Citizen Sleeper, everyone. That is our first playthrough concluded today. And we're gonna have something new lined up on Tuesday. I'm so glad I went through the story. It had the point where there was a kind of a lull. And a certain portion of it dragged on, but that is more because of my decisions and the choices of what to do that kind of felt it. But it was just right enough to make it feel like you were establishing a routine on the eye. And stepping into the boots of my sleeper and getting through all that, it was a very immersive experience, and we didn't even see the insides of the ship, of the station. It is all just character art and amazing writing. And of course, this interface just outside and just, yeah. Wow. That is a very, 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 very memorable experience. And they teased you with Castor, and they teased you with, who knows, like you could experience far future. Let's say Mina makes it to Celes 1, starting, a frontier colony and everything. That is ripe for storytelling as well. Castor, who the heck is involved with? Celes Foundation might actually be worse than SNARP to begin with, or are they working with SNARP? They establish enough of this world that it is such a ripe setting for storytelling right now. And that's why I'm not surprised. They did release some DLC. This is from last month. So I guess I chose the right, quote-unquote, right ending, in that If I leave with the Sidereal Horizon, that's it. I either make it or I don't to Celes 1. But with the DLC incoming, the second DLC will be out, I think, in winter or quarter 4 2022, and I think the roadmap said the third DLC will be free DLC, mind you, for early next year. So they're actually adding more stories to this. And again, this relates to mushrooms, bringing it to a flotilla. So I think we ended. This is like season 1, and it's done. And then now, like next year, season 2, and then that's when you deal with the conspiracy that Castor is involved with, the future of the Yatagan. I could just imagine, like I'd love to see more stories from this world. I can imagine I'd read comics out of this, exploring, because a lot of it is bittersweet in this game. It's like you come in, you help people in that moment, and you come into their lives and you hopefully change things for the better, but then you cannot stay together. That's how it's been. It was for all the NPCs. We get involved, we help them out, they thank us, we part ways. So it's like we come into their lives, this robot comes into their lives, and I think we've made a positive impact largely to all the people we met along the way. And it's all manifested now by seeing Lem and Mina off. And I also wonder what is going through Lem's mind. He was so focused in climbing, but he understood. He didn't like chase after us or shout after us. I think he knew. He knew that, you know, he probably like, thank you, Sleeper, and that is it. We said goodbye, and I wonder if Mina is confused. I hope she's excited. I hope she doesn't cry that we didn't go on board. But yeah, it's gonna carry us through the cycles, and I love that ending. I'm really happy with this playthrough. And that concludes our playthrough. Off stream, I might just do the DLC and stuff like that. Or maybe I'll continue it on stream or move on to other stuff. I'm gonna have to decide on that. But we have concluded the playthrough of the base game. We have chosen one ending out of several, and I think it is a really good ending. And Castor is, the way they wrote him is such an intriguing character. He's just one big tease for a larger overarching narrative. Like he was just by the way, there's all of these things going on. You're just focused on the station, SNR, getting away, surviving. But there's so much more going on that you don't realize, Sleeper. I'll keep an eye on you. It's that. It's like, so the limited time I have left, will I be able to find an alternative source to stabilizer? Will I get contracted by Castor and whatever shadow organization he works for? What intel community is he a part of? What is Celes Foundation really up to? In the Sidereal, it sounds like the beginning, and I just really hope Lem and Mina don't get caught up in all that. But I'm really happy with the decisions we made, the NPCs we made along the way, the story beats that we've encountered. Citizen Sleepers on Game Pass and on Steam. Highly recommend it. It has inspired me, it has moved me, and I did not expect to cry in this game. Lovely, lovely ending. Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna have to call it there. I extended for 3 hours longer than I should have because I really could not get enough of this game. I really needed to... I feel like we were really approaching the end, so I wanted to push further. And it is a blessing in disguise because I got to meet new people here on chat and on stream. So it has been a great day. We had two and a half raids. I think some people came in as well from another stream, but not an actual raid. But I still really appreciate people coming in. I'm not sure how you found out about this channel or whatever, but I'm really grateful for the people who've come in. For anyone who may be lurking, thank you. I appreciate you. If you're watching this as a VOD, thank you for your support. If you just came in, and if you haven't already, and if you enjoy this content and want more, please consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter and Instagram. And Hopefully, the Discord will be a space that I become more active in, because I eventually want to run tabletop RPGs for people on and off stream. Let's talk about that. You know, Citizen Sleeper has reminded me of the fact that you can't do everything on your own, and a little trust and love go a long way. So let's find that together. I'm feeling all sappy and cheesy right now. Thank you, everyone. Praying hands, emote and everything. I'm gonna go have a super late dinner. I'll see everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out, Theo, and thank you everyone for making this such an interesting stream. I love talking about everything, and I hope you enjoyed your time here as well. I'll see you in the next stream. We finished South of the Circle on Thursday, so we're gonna have something new this Thursday as well. I'm still not sure yet. The list is long, and I'm not sure if I want to play one of the new released games or if I want to look into the backlog. I'll decide. But Citizen Sleeper has certainly put me in a mood, Theo. Fellow TT, I'll see that. I'll see about that and what we do. Take care. And for everyone who's just coming in, thank you so much for your support, for the hype train, for getting me those hype emotes. It is a Squirtle-like turtle and a sleeping cat. I loved it. Thank you so much. But as always, welcome to the table. Have a good one and enjoy the rest of your day. Take care. Goodbye. Whew.